Hello and good morning. Welcome to the ESFRI Roadmap 2021 launch event. Thank you for joining us. Today, we're very pleased to present the new roadmap, the output of 2 years of meticulous work across the community. Here today, we're going to celebrate some of the successes and exciting new projects through a dynamic day of presentations and panels. Apologies for the slight delay in kicking things off, but here we are. Let's get going. My name's Chloe Llanos. I'm a member of the Ministry of Education, Science and Sport here in Slovenia, working on the research agenda of the Presidency of the Council of the EU. I'm going to be your guide today, taking you through our jam-packed schedule. Today, we're streaming to you from Ljubljana, Slovenia, the host of the Presidency of the Council of the EU. We've been the Presidency from the 1st of July, and we have up until the 31st of December. So this is actually one of our final events of the presidency schedule. So let's make it a special one. We wish we could have had you here with us, but know that despite the pandemic, we won't let that delay things and cause any issues in a dynamic atmosphere. As after all, collaboration and cooperation is a fundamental part of research infrastructures. To help us get going, I'd first like to do a few housekeeping items. First of all, as you know, you're watching us through the YouTube channel. We'll be putting some updates in the chat as the day goes along, if needed, such as reminding you to use the Mentimeter for any questions and pose any comments there as well that you may have along the day. On that, you can access our Mentimeter with the code 1950-9415. Apologies, slightly in the way there. Please don't hesitate to make any comments and questions via this tool. The code is, again, trying to get out the way, 1950-9415. We'll want these questions and comments specifically for our whole session at 12:20, titled A Discussion with the Audience on the ESFRI Roadmap 2021, where we'll be fielding your comments and questions to the Chair of ESFRI, Jan Hrušák, and the Commission's Director of Area and Innovation, Anna Ponogopoulou. So feel free to get the conversation early, though. Mentimeter isn't the only place to get the conversation going, though. We also have a presence on Twitter, as who doesn't. Join the debate on Twitter using the hashtag ESFRI Roadmap 2021 and our tag at ESFRI_EU. Please do bring alive the conference there. Also, remember you can check out the ESFRI website at roadmap2021.esfri.eu. This is where you can access the full Roadmap 2021 ESFRI experience. So go have a look. That's where you can also download the report, which is why we're here today, to discuss it. Right, that's housekeeping over. Without any further delay, let's get going with today's jam-packed agenda. We're honoured to have Slovenia's Minister of Education, Science and Sport and the Competitiveness Council of the EU's Chair, Minister Kustec, here to provide a few welcoming words. Please, Minister, welcome.
Thank you very much, Chloe. Dear colleagues, dear Director General Jean-Enrique Paquet, dear Jan Hrušák, ESFRI Chair, dear Jana Kolar, ESFRI Chair-elect, distinguished speakers, research community, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very honored to be able to welcome you today to the launch of the ESFRI Roadmap 2021 on behalf of the Slovenian presidency and also on my personal behalf. Dobrodošli, welcome. The work of ESFRI has been quoted many times as inspiration for work in other areas and in the principle of saving the best for the last. We have long been looking forward to this event as the highlight of the Slovenian presidency to the Council of the European Union. We were hence hoping to meet in person for this occasion, but in the end, the COVID-19 pandemic forced us to organize this event in virtual format. But I'm convinced that all of you who are with us today, watching this event online, are proof of the importance of today's celebration as we witness the launch of the new and updated ESFRI Roadmap 2021. 2 weeks ago, on 26th of November, we adopted the Council conclusions on the future governance of ERA and the Pact for Research and Innovation in the Council of the European Union. With these two acts, we set the foundations of the new era, underlined that research infrastructures connect and shape entire research and innovation ecosystems, and endorsed the new ESFRI Roadmap. I'm sure that the new era will importantly shape the future of Europe as it helps addresses the biggest challenges of our time and our societies, the whole civilization. If we agree that governance and the Pact for Research and Innovation are the foundations of the era, then ESFRI Roadmap is one of its key building blocks. Every roadmap update brings to our attention new research infrastructures of pan-European importance and looks at the progress of the projects from the roadmap's previous editions. However, ESFRI Roadmap is not only a list of priority research infrastructure projects. It also provides an analysis of the research infrastructure ecosystem of European and pan-European scope and shows how they impact global challenges. This global dimension was also highlighted in the Council conclusions on the global approach to research and innovation that we adopted in the Council in September. Like in other areas, research infrastructures are namely also paving the way for international collaborations, as this dimension is already built in their design. The launch of the roadmap is a great ceremony that marks a transition from one era to another. But after the official launch, I'm very much looking forward to the policy roundtable on the role of European research infrastructures ecosystem for building of the future European research area. I'm sure we will hear many excellent ideas on how research infrastructures can better contribute to an evolving research and innovation environment, to sustainable European economic growth, and to addressing the key global challenges. Of course, I'm as well very excited to learn about the outcomes of other panel discussions today. More detailed presentations of the updated ESFRI Roadmap 2021, and in particular, the presentation of the 11 new ESFRI projects. Today should be a day of celebration. ESFRI Roadmap is a valuable achievement of expertise and teamwork, joining numerous international experts under the excellent leadership of the current ESFRI chair and ESFRI Executive Board. And while thanking Dr. Hrušák for his excellent work, I would also like to use this opportunity and congratulate Dr. Jana Kolar, a fellow Slovenian, who will take up the task of the new ESFRI chair next year, and wish her all the best at her job. We have gathered with gratitude and recognition of ESFRI's achievement and its dedication to fulfill its mandate and serve the needs of the European research community. Today's event also marks our awareness and responsibility to support and facilitate the implementation of the strategic goals and research infrastructure projects presented in its roadmap. I'm really very much looking forward to an interesting and fruitful conference today, and would like to thank all of you who have contributed with your enthusiasm so that this event can take place. Thank you so much. Take care. Looking forward to our debate.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you for those inspiring words and for setting the context. Please take a seat, and I'll invite you back later. Well, that's really brought to life the importance of the ESFRI Roadmap 2021 and its role in the future era governance and implementation. Now, I'm thrilled to welcome Jan Hrušák, the chair of ESFRI, to join the floor. Jan Hrušák is a senior research fellow and senior advisor. He's been the chair of ESFRI for the past 2 years, since 2019, and is the Czech delegate of ERAC, the European Research Area and Innovation Committee. And actually, he was recently appointed as member and expert of the EOSC Executive Board. Jan will now present the excellent output of years of collaborative work to produce this roadmap. And I will hand over to him, while of course I'm talking about the Roadmap 2021. Thank you, Jan.
Thank you, Chloe. Madam Minister, dear colleagues, it's really a pity that we cannot be here in Ljubljana all celebrating the big event in the history of ESFRI, but also of significant importance for the entire European research area. Madam Minister Kustec, I have the honor to present to you the newest achievement of the European Strategy Forum on Research Infrastructures, the latest strategy report 2021, the so-called ESFRI Roadmap. This report is a result, as you said, of enormous work of more than 2 years, which has been done by more than 200 of external experts, members of the ESFRI working groups, the working group chairs, the ESFRI Executive Board, the ESFRI Secretariat and the Support Project, and all of the ESFRI delegates coming from EU member states, associated countries, and the Commission. This joint effort, the huge commitment and support of all of these people made it possible that despite of the COVID-based delays and all the obstacles and difficulties, I can today proudly present to you the ESFRI Strategic Report 2021. This report contains, as you said, a list of 11 research infrastructure projects which, after passing an extensive and thoroughly designed evaluation process, could be added to the list of the existing research infrastructure projects of pan-European relevance from the previous roadmap editions. We have also, and this is a significant step for ESFRI as well, awarded 4 already existing research infrastructure projects the landmark status. This is acknowledging the progress those research infrastructures have made in the implementation, delivering results, supporting science all over Europe. All these ESFRI research infrastructures have proven to have the potential to move frontiers of science forward. All are building capacities for high-level services, for the corresponding scientific communities, and are enabling them to deliver scientific breakthroughs, and are all undoubtedly providing evidence that they have and are truly a backbone of the European research area you have mentioned earlier in your speech. But more than that, all these research infrastructures are strategic investments made at the member state and associated countries level, and their impact exceeds the scientific domain. The role of research infrastructures in innovation in the environmental domain is more than self-evident already now. And the still ongoing COVID pandemic clearly demonstrates how important these research infrastructures are for timely responding to such and similar emergency situations. The entire research infrastructure ecosystem has demonstrated an immense strength during the COVID pandemic, and it has been proven that the capacity of research infrastructures to rapidly address the societal challenges which Europe is and will be facing is enormous. The ability to provide science-based solutions in many areas of human activities is also well documented in the roadmap of research infrastructures we are presenting today to the public. Dear Minister Kustec, let me thank you, the presidency, on behalf of all the research ministers in the Council, for the trust and for the continuous support ESFRI has received and expected in the past. I hope that by delivering this current strategic report, we have fulfilled the expectations. Let me also assure you that ESFRI is well equipped to prepared to continue to help to deliver strategic advice, to help to build the European research area along the vision which we have jointly formulated in the ESFRI white paper, and that we are helping to implement not only the current roadmap, but also supporting to strengthen the research capacities in Europe, and that we are indeed, according to our vision, supporting excellent science with impact. The progress of a healthy, interconnected ecosystem of research infrastructures we see as our contribution to the European research area development and in broader context to sustainable growth of our economies. Dear Madam Minister, allow me symbolically hand over to you this ESFRI Strategic Report 2021. Madam Minister,
Thank
please.
you so much.
And a small flower from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all your job and work done for the latest one. All the best also in the future. And yes, your work is going to be now forward into very demanding hands further on. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Kustec. What a lot to digest, and what great few words to show the importance of such a roadmap 2021 to bring forward the successes of ESFRI and really strengthen it. To all those watching, just a quick reminder, remember to head to the ESFRI website at roadmap2021.esfri.eu so that you can download a copy of the report and get the full roadmap experience there. We now have a short video for you, which will be, I'll ask my technical team to load up for you to understand a bit more about ESFRI. Thank you.
Scientific knowledge as a source of societal well-being and having the capacity to respond to major societal challenges is heavily dependent on the quality of supportive services provided by research infrastructures. Achieving this vision will require a strong partnership between member states, associated countries, the European Commission, and the whole scientific community. Knowledge generated thanks to big computers, telescopes, synchrotrons, different scientific labs, data and tissue archives increases our capability to react in difficult times. believe that ESFRI has the leading role in realizing what might become a cultural change in the entire research infrastructure domain.
Hello again. Welcome back. We now move on to the Policy Roundtable, where we are privileged to be joined by the Commission and Member State representatives, including from the current and upcoming trio presidency. To take us through the panel, I'm pleased to invite Jana Kolar, ESFRI Chair-elect, to take the floor. Welcome, Jana. Jana is Executive Director of the CEREC infrastructure and has a broad range of expertise, ranging from policy development and implementation, research and innovation to entrepreneurship. This includes acting as Director General of Science and Technology at the Ministry in Slovenia, previously as Chairman of the Board of Slovenian Technology Agency, as a member of the governing boards of Slovenian Research Agency, and as well as the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, and a member of a high-level group of innovators for a European Innovation Council. Capable hands, I'm sure you'll agree. Jana, I know you'll have some questions for the panel. However, as a reminder to all of you joining us at home, remember to log your questions and your comments on the Mentimeter. Remember, that code's 1950 9415. It should be just underneath in the YouTube channel description as well there for you. However, without further ado, over to you, Jana.
Thank you very much, Chloe, and welcome everyone, also from me. Now, ESFRI will celebrate 20 years next year, when we will also have a celebration during the French presidency. Now, the first roadmap was published in 2006, and since then we have developed an elaborate system of research infrastructures in Europe. Now, I should tell you that this roadmap, which we are the launch of which we are celebrating today, is the most elaborate and most extensive document so far, addressing many of the policy issues. It's not just a set of new coming research infrastructure project added to the roadmap, but as you heard Jan, it goes well beyond that, managing and strategically development the field of research infrastructures in Europe. Now, the policy, however, of today asks us more than just to support research across the different domains with research infrastructures. The policy objectives ask us currently to deliver on the green transition, digital transformation, health and economic challenges, and more. And in order to be able to address to achieve all of these ambitious goals, we need to connect all the actors, and all the actors need to switch in a higher gear to contribute to this. Now, this is true also for research infrastructures. They have been developing so far to the objectives, as you have heard also from Jan. They were essential in the delivery of the current solutions to the current COVID crisis. And this is true also for the other challenges. So how can we optimize their contribution? This will be addressed with the current panel, and I'm pleased to invite first Minister Kustec to join me here in the studio. Welcome back, Mr. Kustec, Minister Kustec. And then, in addition to Minister Kustec, I'm pleased to meet Jean-Éric Paquet, Director General for Research and Innovation from the European Commission. Pavel Dolecek, Deputy Minister at the Czech Ministry of Education, Youth and Sports. And Marco Giungi, Diplomatic Advisor of the Italian Minister of Education, University and Research. We have an excellent round of panelists to address this key question from the political perspective. So I'll ask you all to answer the same. How can research infrastructures further increase their contribution to the research and innovation ecosystem in Europe, to sustainable economic development, and to addressing the key global challenges. And we'll start with you, Minister Kustec. I'm glad to hear your opinion first.
Thank you very much. Once again, a warm welcome to all of you, the colleagues from the panel, and of course, respectful researchers and ladies and gentlemen listening at our discussion. Diriana, thank you very much for your introduction. Right at the beginning, I would like to emphasize what I already highlighted on numerous occasions. There cannot and should not be a new era that is built only by policymakers. So this is the first thing that I would really like to emphasize again. Whatever we are doing, and doing ESFRI represents the foundation of every and each idea of era. That means that we need to shape it together. So it is not enough that we are doing this only top-down, not only bottom-up, but we need to find this medium place where we all can collaborate and contribute the needs and expectations. And yes, research infrastructure actually represents, in this regard, the answer to the ongoing problems that we need to address. And I think that this COVID-19 pandemic circumstances really showed how important it is that research community has appropriate and immediate answer to it. And that's why it is so needed that we as the policymakers support the work of researchers, while on the other side, researchers can tell us what and how can they help and assist with the main aim of all of us. That means to establish or to return the equilibrium of, let me say, well-being in many senses back again. And this is one of the, actually, the main mission of each research activity and work, to help to assist for better future of not only people, but also of the progress that we are living in and for. And therefore, we are actually here working again as a team for the economy, for the industry, for the basic research milestones of the future. While on the other side, and this is also for me personally the most important, for the well-being of the whole society, so that all the research findings, be them basic or applied ones, can help in assisting for being better societies, for the civilization that is oriented into the future, and the one that is a progressive one. So, and yes, research infrastructures in this regard play the fundamental and essential role into these processes.
Thank you very much for these inspiring words, and also emphasizing the the research infrastructures as foundation of research across the domains we actually need it. Welcome, Jean-Éric. I understood you you had other obligations till now, and you just arrived in time for me to address you with another question. With the first question. So we have been, I'm asking all the participants in this panel to address the same question. So how can research infrastructures further increase their contribution to an evolving research and innovation system, to sustainable economic growth, and to addressing key global challenges. Now, the Commission, in addition to member states, of course, is key to delivery on the new era, especially now with the new governance. You will be in charge of the ERA Forum, in which you will create proposal for the activities, but also be in the driving seat with the member states, again, as co-creation in the implementation of these activities. So we are very eager to hear from you. How do you think we should address this topic?
Jana, thank you very much. Mr. Kostic, good morning. Apologies, I missed your intervention, but it's a pleasure to join you now. So I think research infrastructures are emblematic of the excellence and the impact of European science. I think we should really start by keeping that well in mind. And the European research area, but also the work done in national research and innovation system, needs to be about nurturing this amazing asset. So ensuring that we continue to develop it, keep it state of the art, ensure large access to these research infrastructures, and to also ensure that good research infrastructures are valorized in broader European projects, be it partnerships or consortia, that this really is a key dimension of the quality and the impact of our excellent science. So I think a challenge and a duty for policymakers to invest properly in these research infrastructures at national level and supported, of course, by Horizon Europe at EU level. I think that's probably the first element of the reply. The second one is to say that in the context of the renewed European research area, and indeed we will keep with member states the best of the ESFRI process, we want to see research infrastructures play a more visible role as research actors. I think they are seen often as science service providers of the highest quality. I would argue that research infrastructures also need to help us deploy smart science choices. So have them be much more active in policy, research policy choices, I think is absolutely key. And the European research area should work in that direction. What I'm saying here for research infrastructures, you will have understood the subtext. I also think is relevant for other actors of the European research area. So our key stakeholders, which are really making the European research area a reality. My third point would be to say that I would also very much welcome that European research infrastructures team up and become proactive players in the European research area, with or without EU funding. And I think that applies to ERICs, that applies to specific research infrastructures, which are today working together very often under EU-supported approaches. But I think more and more the ownership of the European research area is also about these research infrastructures teaming up and creating critical mass in terms of their services to make a difference. So these are, I think, a few pointers on what I think we can expect from research infrastructures, but also a strong plea that politically and fiscally we provide the relevant needed support in terms of investments for keeping the best research infrastructures in Europe.
Thank you very much, Jean-Éric. We will certainly do our best to address these ambitious goals and objectives that you just proposed. Now, over to you, Deputy Minister Dolecek. Now, you have been in Czechia, you have been also so far closely engaged with research infrastructures since also the current chair was, before he became chair, representative of Czechia in the delegate of Czechia in ESFRI. So in addition to your close engagement with ESFRI through the past years, you will also preside the council next year, and one of your objectives of the presidency are also research infrastructures. Now, how do you see this question of increasing visibility and contribution of research infrastructures to the challenges and to the ecosystem that we're developing with the new era? Over to you.
Dear Madam Minister, dear Director General, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this event and for the opportunity for me to speak to you with this very strategic and important agenda, not just for the Czech Republic, but as I've heard and gladfully heard, also for the whole European research area. Before I go to those, let's say, three parts of the question, I think it's a right place to congratulate on the strategic report, or let's say the roadmap, the ESFRI Roadmap, which is a great achievement. And I think it's a right place to say that the congratulations definitely goes to ESFRI chair, the members of the executive board, the members of the strategic working groups, delegations, ESFRI Secretariat, and obviously European Commission. If I'm not mistaken, more or less 300 people were somehow and to some extent involved in preparations of this very important document. So congratulations to all of you, to all the ESFRI community, and obviously to the project proposals which succeeded and entered the roadmap for the first time, but also the projects that reached the ESFRI landmark status and somehow are now more developing the whole research infrastructure, let's say, portfolio or ecosystem. Now going back to the question, I think that all these three parts, I mean, the evolving European research innovation environment, the economic growth, and social challenges are definitely joined together. I mean, we basically cannot imagine that there would be any solutions to social challenges, or there will be any economic growth without the research and innovation environment. So I think that those three parts are definitely conjoined, and all of us know very well that every major social challenge that will come up will require knowledge-based solutions. So I have maybe 3 points I wanted to mention, and thank you very much to the previous speakers, because I will somehow comment on the concept of era and what ESFRI and, let's say, the agenda of research infrastructures can play. So three remarks. The first one, definitely, and we've seen it in the video on the beginning of this event, that throughout many years, we've spent billions of euros to research infrastructures, and nowadays I would say we can think of the whole ecosystem as quite rich and robust, and definitely providing scientific excellence, but, and what is as well important, the relevant socio-economic impact, and triggers also the macro-regional development, which is definitely very important things. And we have now quite large ecosystem. The impact we have seen throughout the pandemics of COVID, and we see the involvement of the research infrastructures to solutions. And obviously we've seen that the research infrastructures, it's not just about the excellence in science, it's also about being a part of critical infrastructures of the national state, but also on the pan-European level, because obviously we will not be able to cope with COVID-19 without major influence of research and cooperation in research, and not just the, let's say, biomedical one. I think that we've learned very good that the socioeconomic research, the technical innovations are quite necessary to coping with many challenges. Now, the second remark is that, and what I think is important for the years to come, is that if we should capitalize on what we've built and capitalize on the potential that the research infrastructure holds, we have to more work on the integration and truly interoperability. I'm sorry, that's quite hard word for Czechs, of the research infrastructures ecosystem, because there are now many examples, and I've mentioned the COVID-19, but definitely many other areas, considering energy, considering agriculture, and other topics or other schemes, that the more true integration and cooperation, tightly connected cooperation, is quite necessary if we want to succeed in those challenges and if we want the whole ecosystem to grow. And I've just made a couple of remarks about how we manage infrastructures in Europe, and we can see that those are role models, or this could be cases of good practice that we can learn from and try to develop them more. I should definitely mention the R&D organization that are managed, such as CERN, ESO, or EMBL, and others. There are 22 ERICs. There are European research infrastructures such as GEANT or PRACE. There are research infrastructures operated under the national frameworks of the host countries, as FAIR, XFEL, or Gilles Horowitz reactor. There are also research infrastructure alliances, just like EU AMRI, which is dedicated to medical research. And I think all those concepts of governance are quite important if we want to think through the ways how we can more capitalize the potential of the infrastructures. And I truly believe that the interoperability, I will have to say it loudly and clearly now, is quite necessary for any other development. And the third point is following upon Simona and Jan-Erik, considering the era. I think, and the case study of Czech Republic is, I would say, quite clear at this point, that the way how we manage the research infrastructure on the national level, I mean, throughout the financing mechanisms, throughout the evaluation, throughout the open access policy, which we demand on the projects, I think that these could be really applicable also to other managing areas of managing research. And I think this is quite important, because the way how we are trying to evaluate not just scientific excellence, but also a socio-economic impact, which is a very important topic, I think, for every country. And in Czech Republic, we are doing those evaluations, and we analyze that quite heavily last few years. But also the way of funding, and also the governance model. Those are things how we can implement the norms and maxims that we have in the overall era. For example, the research evaluation, which is also a very important topic. And we know there's a San Francisco Declaration that the Commission is presenting policy papers, very important one. And we can see that those principles we were trying to engage and implement in the way how we evaluate and finance research infrastructure. So I think that definitely not just the ESFRI Roadmap and the means of evaluation on the European level, but also on the national level, you can see that the era concepts of managing science can be implemented throughout the research infrastructures, which is also very important and necessary for the whole ecosystem to grow. So that's the third remark I wanted to mention, following upon the previous speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Dolecek, for this rich messages. I'll need to re-listen to it to take notes in order to be able to address them appropriately within the next 2 years of chairing ESFRI. Or I'll ask you to send me the notes if you have them prepared. But let me just say that I very much liked also your reference to the COVID, as I did also the ones before. Research infrastructures are foundation of our science system. And as infrastructure, it's, let's say, it's similar as with the bridge. We drive over a bridge every day, and we only notice its relevance where it collapses and we're no longer able to cross the road. Now, in the case of COVID, although, let's say, research infrastructures might not have been on everyone's mind, first thing in their mind, when the COVID crisis broke and we needed scientific solutions. Resilience of research infrastructure system in Europe was demonstrated at that point, because within a very short period, they developed particular solutions to support the development of the needs, the solutions to the COVID crisis that the society needed. And I think that we need to think of how and learn from this response in order to address also other challenges, as for example climate, which is just lurking around the corner. It didn't go away during the COVID crisis. So let me pass the floor now to you, Mr. Giungi, diplomatic advisor of the Italian Ministry of Education, University and Research. So how would you address this relevant topic of increasing relevance and integration of research infrastructures into the R&I system and their contribution to economic and social challenges?
Thank you very much, Jana. Madam Minister, dear participants and esteemed audience. Well, the Italian Ministry for Universities and Research that I am honored to represent today appreciates the hard and dedicated work done by a great number of scientists, ESFRI delegates, and ESFRI working groups involved in the process that led to the renewed Roadmap 2021 that has been presented today. In particular, I would like to sincerely thank the members of the ESFRI Executive Board for their valuable contribution in the coordination of the 2021 Roadmap process, which, drawing on lessons learned, led to streamlined procedures and evaluation criteria, as well as to a simplification of the application procedure. I would also like to express my deep appreciation for this strategic document that provides a shared vision for a European policy meant to support competitive, transnational, and open access European research infrastructures and to enhance their financial sustainability. Well, as I think everybody knows, Italy has always recognized the key role of research infrastructures in the national and European research systems. Research infrastructures amplify the research outcome from universities, national research institutes, as well as from private enterprises whose competitiveness is dependent on innovation, both at the corporate or SME level. The 2021 Roadmap includes a comprehensive analysis of the current infrastructure landscape, reviews progress of ESFRI projects currently being implemented, and provides strategic guidance on issues of general interest to national governments and research infrastructures, thus contributing to the effort to get the most out of European investments in research infrastructures in terms of science and innovation through international collaboration. For this reason, the Italian government appreciates the approach and the system development methodology provided in the 2021 Roadmap. The update also considers the merits and underlines the importance of the open science concept and highlights the endeavor to address global challenges as reflected in the UN Sustainable Development Goals. I'd like to take this opportunity to confirm the relevance for the Italian government of the initiative Einstein Telescope. The inclusion of ET in ESFRI Roadmap is an important milestone for Italy as a starting point for the realization of the Einstein Telescope Gravitational Wave Observatory. The ESFRI approval acknowledges the value of this project and consolidates the Einstein Telescope at European level. The preparation of the proposal has been a great effort that lasted 2 years, involving several research institutions and universities belonging to 10 European countries and demanded real interdisciplinary competencies. Its official approval now brings the project into a new phase and will speed up the ongoing subsurface studies for the characterization and evaluation of the candidate sites that could host the underground infrastructure. One of the sites is, as most of you already know, in Sardinia, Italy. Among other Italian coordinated ESFRI projects, I would also like to mention Resilience, Eupraxia, and SOBIC data. The European RIX system is facing new challenges that need to be reflected in revised strategic orientations. The demand for research infrastructure is increasing rapidly in most research areas. ESFRI invites the European Commission and the member states and associated countries to strengthen the interplay and synergies between the European, national, and regional funding for RIs, to further integrate RIs in the diverse national research and innovation systems, and to realize a well-functioning European research area. In order to meet the new levels of ambition for European research and innovation, international synergies need to be strengthened. In this context, The rigorous system provided by ESFRI to identify proposals that have the highest potential of successful implementation is a solid background for national support and for sustainability. The ESFRI Roadmap is definitely a reference for optimizing the national resources and prompting coordination amongst universities and national institutes that can join efforts and realize projects with a critical mass not attainable individually. It is also crucial to establish a rigid system for constantly monitoring the effectiveness of the research infrastructure investments. A better definition of a life cycle of research infrastructures must be further developed and integrated in the budget programming on the medium-long period. ESFRI can provide more and more tools for strategic analysis concerning research infrastructures, their costs and benefits all along the life cycle, and the monitoring of their impact at large, beyond science results and publications and directly into the innovation, the advanced training of technologists and of international managers. Excellent research is becoming more and more multi-messenger and based on diverse data sources oriented to study the same phenomena, which requires true coordination among infrastructures, their internationalization, and advanced data management and analysis tools. RIs belonging to the same domain are already developing more and more efficient interfaces and are natural facilitators of a multi-messenger approach, enabling interdisciplinary research. The increased capability of RIs to talk to each other at near-neighbor level, for instance, within and between health and food and environment and energy, energy and physical sciences and engineering, physical sciences and engineering and data, computing and digital research infrastructures, and all other combinations, has created the basis for the RI system as a whole to become capable to generate new knowledge when and where it is needed. A well-interfaced RI system will be an important contribution to European research competitiveness by enabling research to yield responses to issues such as the grand challenge and industrial and social needs. Another challenge to be identified from the perspective of long-term sustainability of research infrastructures is to find ways to improve the alignment of ESFRI and national roadmap processes, while bearing in mind their different goals and scopes. To achieve this objective, a common understanding of key evaluation criteria based on improved communication and exchange of experience would be of great advantage. This would help to build efficiently upon already existing quality assurance mechanisms established by the research infrastructures and the funders, avoiding duplication of evaluation activities, whilst enabling an effective update of the state of play of the RIs through their life cycle. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Giungi. Now, let me just first thank you for your appreciative words about the ESFRI process and the new roadmap. Now, there are many new projects that entered 11, and as you pointed out, particularly Einstein, the Einstein telescope is one of the, let's say, one of the prominent infrastructures on the list, definitely also the most expensive ones. And thank you, well, together with the this 11 infrastructures that were added now, if implemented, the total investment into the ESFRI infrastructures from the onset will be in excess of 24 billion, which is an amazing amount, demonstrating how we can, its contribution to ERA, because this is pooling resources across different countries towards the same objectives, which is one of the essences of ERA, so that we can work seamlessly across the borders and funding seamlessly across the borders. Now, of course, you also mentioned the issue of the budget. This will And thank you for that, because this ambitious roadmap will ask for additional funds to be implemented. I think that one of the issues that you rose is of particular importance in order to increase the contribution of research infrastructures to the European research area and to the objectives that we are facing. And that is that in order to reach to meet the challenges, to address the challenges properly, we need to work across various actors and across disciplines. And you have mentioned that also research infrastructures should go across disciplines to probably develop new services that would support our joint efforts to address the twin transition health and economic challenges. Thank you all for addressing this first question. I would like to now focus on the challenges that research infrastructures face. And Minister Kustec, what in your opinion are the main challenges related to research infrastructure development in Europe in the coming years?
Okay, so today definitely is a day for celebration, and tomorrow is the day for implementation. So the main challenge of our ESFRI is the implementation, how to move on. And there are a couple of things that we definitely need to address. The first is what are the main aims, what are the main missions actually related to ESFRI. Of course, we want to have an excellent research and innovation work and findings. And we committed ourselves from all of the relevant sides, from policymakers to the scientific community, that we are going to do so. But we need to ask ourselves why we need to do so. And this is the first important thing, not to forget. In the implementation process, that we are doing this for the resilience, for the future growth of the whole society and everything that is related or attached to the society. That means for economic growth, for new industry, for digital, for green. These are actually our main target missions. So here we are speaking about sustainability and resilience on one side, but on the other side, which is very important, especially for the research and innovation community, we are speaking about synergies as well. That means that we need to cooperate, we need to strengthen our forces to get the best out of it for the future. So it is basic, it is applicable, it is research, it is innovation, it is science, it is education, it is economy, it is actually everything. So this is, I think, the main implementation force that we need to trace. Then further on, we need to be aware that research and innovation are global phenomenon. That means that it will not be enough to stay either local nor national, even not only European, but that we need to do everything to work on the global level, because we are addressing global topics, issues, problems. Whatever we are doing, for example, just looking at our already established ESFRI roadmaps, missions, and even further on, the new, already mentioned package of the new ones, they are all addressing global issues, global problems, global research, and also societal challenges of the future. So this is another thing that we need to be aware and not to forget when we are doing the implementation addressment. The next one, which is as well our common challenge, is that we still need to do more on this part of ERA that we addressed as the ethical and value part. That means that we need to strive for equal opportunities for everybody. Looking at the ESFRI plan, we can see that we can still do more in this regard. From the geographical balance, for example, from the representative balance of the countries, of the researchers, and so on. So here it is definitely something that we need, again, to strengthen the forces together and to see how we can assist also in this regard. Of course, not speaking about the financial assistance, which is kind of a, if you ask me, a self-evident part of the implementation. So both of us, national member states and also the European responsible institutions are the ones that will even also for the future kind of make sure that this financial assistance is here, and it is going to be. Then another thing, speaking about implementation and remembering our very, very fruitful New Era conference debate that was held by the Slovenian presidency in October. There were three, let me call them, implementation topics that were addressed and that we need to pay attention also now in this implementation, further implementation of ESFRI. The first one was related to the message that research infrastructures need to be better embedded in the European research and innovation system to contribute to all of the pillars of Horizon Europe. This is one very, very concrete, let me call it operational implementation message and work. The second, the impact should be more clearly demonstrated and communicated. It is very, very important that people know what we are doing, why we are doing, and how this will help them in their better and more quality well-being. And the third message in this debate was related to ERA policy agenda, saying that strategic gap analysis needs to be made, speaking about the relevance of existing services and also the needs and development of new services as well. So very, very operational part, which is also at the same time very essential. If we are not paying attention, enough attention to it, then we can kind of, we can get lost, but we don't want to. So in this regard, maybe to conclude also with a Slovenian already experiences participating in ESFRI infrastructures, we all need it because it makes all of us better, stronger, and even more clever, even more brave in a way, more self-evident for the challenges of the future. Therefore, we need to act locally, but at the same time think of the EU level and globally. And we need to work hand in hand with all the stakeholders. And if we are going to do like that, then also the implementation of the ESFRI and of the whole ERA is going to be stronger, very powerful, and especially it is going to be built for the future.
Thank you, Minister Kustec. Well noted. Now, thank you also for emphasizing the fact that we are facing global challenges and the solutions need to be global. Now, when it comes to research infrastructures, also the Council conclusions during your presidency on the global approach to research and innovation recognize the current contribution of research infrastructures in this direction, but also ask research infrastructures to do more. So this is certainly something that we will take on board and continue developing also in the future through ESFRI. Now, you have also stressed the relevance of research infrastructures for all the bright minds of Europe, regardless of which region, of course, they come from. And certainly we still face some gaps when it comes to this, which is certainly a relevant challenge. And then thank you for stressing the recommendations of the New Era Conference to research infrastructures, to ESFRI, and also to European Commission. There are 10 of them, and we have just discussed them yesterday at ESFRI. And we have also agreed that we prepare a response to these recommendations and propose on how to take them forward. Now, Jean-Éric, the same question. What, in your opinion, are the main challenges related to research infrastructure development in Europe in the coming years?
Yeah, I think Minister Kustec already covered the investment dimension. 24 billion euros is quite a price tag, no doubt about that. I think we really will need to look at that maybe strategically across all research infrastructures. So work to be done certainly under your leadership, Jana, in ESFRI. But then also infrastructure by infrastructure, I think we need earlier discussions on investment packages, mixes of funding and financing, national and EU instruments. The available ones are well identified, but they are not always activated. So I think certainly increased attention here would be important, but there is obviously a responsibility of policymakers, as I said in my initial introduction, to provide the right support fiscally to our research infrastructures. I think a second important dimension of research infrastructures, and you said, Jana, we expect more from research infrastructures, is their socioeconomic role and impact, but also their role on innovation, where I think more and more research infrastructures have well identified that role. And I think it will be important both for the delivery of science, dissemination and exploitation of results. I would also expect research infrastructures to be relevant for the delivery of the European missions. I mean, in intense discussions with editors of EMBL for the soils and ocean missions, possibly also the climate adaptation one. And I think many research infrastructures, with the knowledge which they provide, but also as actors in a local context, because the delivery of the missions will be also highly territorial and local, can certainly play an important role. And that's part of my ambition to see research infrastructures become more impactful and visible research policy actors. And my last point would be on greening. This was already touched on as well. There is no doubt that research infrastructures are highly energy intensive for many of them, and that not many, if any, is climate neutral. And I think this is really what you should aim at. The science is leading the way for European politicians to put the Green Deal at the heart of public policy making. And I think we are really global pioneers from that point of view. I think we should be proud of the contribution science has made. But as the French saying goes, often the shoemaker has the worst shoes. And I think we need to look into that. And I would really much welcome increased effort from ESFRI to support the sustainability path of our research infrastructure. It's identified in ESFRI as a key component of the needed work, but I think we can bring it to the next level. And Jana, we were together recently in Lumi, I think it's called, the HPC contribution in Finland. And of course, there are a number of specificities, notably energy availability in form of renewables, which is not necessarily available everywhere. But there has also been, as this infrastructure was developed, a particular effort put into ensuring that excess heat from servers can be reused in district heating, for example, and that infrastructure is neutral in terms of CO2 emissions. It's remarkable. And I think that many new infrastructures need to look at that in this very ambitious way. And existing infrastructures, as you are doing, should really accelerate their emission reductions. 55% is the benchmark for Europe. I think research infrastructures can do at least that, possibly more by 2030. Thank you.
Thank you. These are true challenges, what you mentioned. Now, on ESFRI, and research infrastructures, I think that on our joint behalf, we can say we can warmly welcome missions, because at least when it comes to these particular challenges, we have a well-identified actors to connect to, which will help us deliver. And ESFRI will help our research infrastructures to do just that. We would also appreciate the help of the Commission and national policymakers in order to achieve this goal of better integration. Partnerships will help as well. Now, there we also have key actors in Europe well identified to deliver on certain challenges, and we welcome that part. Now, of course, what you mentioned, that carbon neutrality of research infrastructures, or let's say reduced emissions by 45%, as you say, that's the goal for Europe, and you expect research infrastructures to do the same. In fact, I cannot imagine a city running for one of the carbon neutral cities within the mission, within the new mission, if they have several large research infrastructures which do nothing. This will be, in fact, quite difficult, and there will be political pressure on research infrastructures also on local level to decrease such emissions. Now, Mr. Doleček, Czechia will preside over the Council of the EU in the second half of next year. Among your priorities in the field of research are also research infrastructures. Could you briefly tell us more about your plans?
Thank you very much for the floor. As you can see, the agenda of research infrastructure is very dear to us, and we see a great strategic potential in it. So this is the reason why we have picked up this as a topic, as a, let's say, our top priority in research for incoming EU Council presidency. Given that, we are very glad that we have been mandated by the Commission to host the International Conference on Research Infrastructure, so-called ESFRI 2022. And we are developing the program. The steering committee is working very hardly, and I can assure you that the major topics concerning the agenda will be discussed there, like the contribution of infrastructures to the digital and green transition, efficient models and legal frameworks of the governance, scientific data management at pan-European and global level. So those are the issues that will be discussed throughout this conference, and I'm glad to invite you and looking forward to welcome you in the city of Brno when the venue is being set in the second half of 2022. In addition to that, we will have in July the flagship conference, which will be dedicated to synergies. But obviously, within that, we will also discuss the concept and agenda of research infrastructures, because we feel that the various European or national means of funding could be very valuable for further developing of the agenda of research infrastructures. So as you can see, I would say that this topic is like a cross-cutting element throughout our presidency, and hopefully the debates, fruitful debate on a higher political level will result in endorsement of Council conclusions on research infrastructures. We would like to focus on the vital importance of the research infrastructures, not just for the excellence of research and its socio-economic impact, but also to see those infrastructures as a part of the critical infrastructure of member states, but also on the pan-European level. Because we can see that if we want to make research a cornerstone of all our public policies in different sectors, definitely we have to have the tools and means of research how to do so. And we believe that the infrastructures is something that has been developed for decades, has the robustness and richness and the excellence to do so. So those are our plans for the upcoming EU Council presidency. We are looking for that. This will be our top priority, and I would like to welcome you to Prague and Brno in the second half of 2022.
Thank you for the invitation. Mr. Dolacek will certainly be there. I would like to apologize now to Mr. Junji because we ran out of time. I wanted to ask you to provide good examples on how Italy is using structural funds, the new resilient funds, and national funds in synergy, because you have such ambitious plans on how to do this. Unfortunately, we are starting a press conference in 1 minute, and we need to prepare the stage for it. So this will have to wait for the next occasion. My deep apologies. So I would like to to conclude the panel by thanking all the panelists. These were extremely important messages, and I will have to re-listen to this in order to take on board the messages to the biggest extent, in order for ESFRI during the next years to respond appropriately to basically your expectations. So thank you very much for your participation. And Chloe, yes.
Thank you, Jana. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, all our esteemed panelists, for such a dynamic panel. What exciting things to come. We have the upcoming trio presidency work on it, the building off of the global approach through the Slovenian presidency achievements, and also the opportunity to leverage missions and citizen engagement. And the roadmap sets out these fantastic new 11 projects, which I'm really excited to hear more about as the day progresses. For all those watching at home, as Jana's mentioned, we're going to have a short break now until 11:50, when we'll reconvene and kick off with some in-depth presentations on the ESFRI Roadmap 2021, which we're talking about today. Of course, for those online, please feel free to stay with us over the break. We'll be streaming a series of videos showcasing ESFRI's achievements, or of course you can head to the ESFRI website at roadmap2021.esfri.eu to download a copy of the roadmap and get familiar with it over the break. And as always, my plug to use Mentimeter. Please log your questions, because we'll be coming back for a discussion with Jan Hrušák and Anna Panagopoulou after the break, after the presentation. So enjoy the break and see you at 11:50. Thanks.
The Generations and Gender Programme is an international research infrastructure for high-quality and open-source data. We monitor life and family dynamics within society at the individual level. Family life has always been a reflection of societal changes. Our life courses differ greatly from those of previous generations. Young adults have many more options nowadays, and many more pressures, especially as they try to combine work, family, and social life. This means that an increasing percentage of young adults don't follow the sequence of the traditional life course of leaving home, getting married, and then having children, or postpone the events till a later age. GGP data show that in 1985 in Western Europe, about 50% of 30-year-olds followed this traditional path. 20 years later, only about a quarter of young people fit this traditional pattern. Policymakers need to know how to support young adults as their lives unfold. To provide this support, we need to know the causes and consequences of change in people's lives. High-quality data and innovations are needed to answer these and other questions. This is where GGP comes into play. GGP takes the dynamic complexity of real people's families and lives and makes it accessible as high-quality, comparable data sets to researchers, policymakers, and civil society. Its focus on the complexity of family life across different countries is what makes the GGP a unique data resource in understanding rapid and profound social change. We curate these data sets to help others address pressing societal challenges. Our data sets are to a better match between the realities of people's needs and the public policies designed to support them. To follow our research and to benefit from GGP's expanding datasets, contact us.
So big data is aimed at serving a community of data scientists working in the area of social mining. So aimed at developing methods and experiments, complex analytical process capable of understanding phenomena at societal level, at human level, and also aimed at creating simulation of our society can react to some phenomena, event, impact. So big data is also aimed at serving public administrators, political scientists that want to explore the future given the understanding of current society thanks to the analysis of big data in the various dimensions of social life. So next steps will be trying to embrace other cutting-edge research that so far are on the agenda of many scientific communities collaborating with big data. In particular, one of the topics that we are interested in is how to study what is the societal impact of the artificial intelligence technology and how to make such technology understandable by humans, trying to remove the opacity that sometimes are behind some algorithms that are used in many decision-making, automatic decision-making systems.
The So Big Data research infrastructure is making important contributions to training and education. If I were to highlight three important elements, first, I would point to our virtual research environment. This is a resource for data scientists, students, researchers, the world over really, and it allows them to access everything from virtual kind of learning and working environments, tools, platforms, data sets, training modules, all drawn from the partners within the So Big Data network. The second that I would point to would be training and education that's aimed at non-traditional users. So this would be more for social science and humanities researchers. I can give you one example. We ran a hackathon that allowed humanities and social science researchers to delve into the data infrastructure of mobile phone applications. This is really important because it gives a kind of an added level of expertise and grounding in order to explore important social and cultural impacts and ramifications of big data as it's playing out across our society. And the third, in a related way, is focusing on issues around gender and diversity. As it happens, we've held both a hackathon in London and a program in Pisa, both that looked at different aspects of journalism. In Pisa, it was data journalism for students, which had a focus on female high school students. And in London, we looked at computational analysis of fake news, and we did that partnering with a group called Our Ladies, which is an organization for women that are interested in coding and big data. These are areas that we hope to continue to strengthen going forward so that So Big Data can generate a more dynamic and ongoing dialogue with society at large around these key issues.
At So Big Data, we are trying to put the ethical issue and the privacy at the first place. So we are trying to implement all the privacy techniques that are available in order to ensure to the users, to the individual describing the data, that their privacy is protected. And we believe that it's very important to ensure privacy guarantee and also to ensure transparency to individuals. And we want to push a lot also in the direction of the awareness. So we believe that to create awareness, it's a very important point, a very important mission for this project. As an example, in this direction, as a big data, we develop an online training course, which is named FAIR, in order to try to explain the basic about ethical problematics and also data protection regulation and some hint about intellectual property in order to spread this awareness and make a new generation of responsible data scientists.
The idea of the transnational access in so big data is to give opportunity for young researchers and establishing career academics to engage with the So Big Data project, learn more about big data science, learn about analytics and how to use that in practice. We're not just focusing on computer scientists here, but we're looking wider at other disciplines like political science, data journalism, humanities, social sciences, economics, and so on. And it's very, very important because it gives us opportunity to work in multidisciplinary setting, as well as to enlarge our own community with other researchers going beyond the immediate computer scientists, which are members of the So Big Data project. Then it's also a unique opportunity for us to engage and learn about practical problems in other settings from other disciplines and see how then we can develop methods that can be applicable for that. And the whole opportunity is enriching both for the people undergoing transnational access as well as for us. And ultimately, hopefully, we're growing the pool of available data scientists, which is currently a shortage occupation of key importance to society and economics as a whole.
Imagine a day where the digital infrastructure that you are using for your daily life, your work, your business, misbehave, does not deliver what was promised, is no more under tight control, or just collapse. Likewise, imagine that this same infrastructure is not efficient enough to let you access critical services or reduce your digital carbon footprint. This can happen as digital infrastructures are highly complex, diverse, and sophisticated systems, integrating advanced technologies and software components. They involve lots of innovations in the field of networking protocols, radio technologies, parallel and distributed computing, and in particular, cloud and edge-based computing architectures and services. The COVID pandemic dramatically confirmed the strategic role played by the digital infrastructure in our organizations. This required to be studied with a robust methodology, advanced technologies, together with rich datasets to support reproducibility. SLICES is a scientific instrument designed to support experimental research on digital infrastructures. SLICES aims to become the first large-scale European experimental research infrastructure in this domain. It will nicely complement other European initiatives at different digital levels. And it will strengthen the position of Europe in the race started by international competitors and the tech giants. SLICES is a vibrant and dynamic community, engaging 25 partners from 15 European countries. We collected the political support of 11 European governments and the endorsement of key stakeholders, including from industry. SLICES has also received support from international initiatives in the US, South America, and Asia Pacific. SLICES is organized with a strong central governance and control in order to orchestrate, optimize, and fully benefit from the distributed architecture enabled by digital technologies and its software dimension. Our initiative will enable scientific excellence and breakthrough, and will foster innovation in the ICT domain, strengthening the impact of European research while contributing to European agenda to address pressing and complex societal challenges and in particular, the twin transition to a sustainable and digital economy. We should not miss this unique opportunity. Slices is both timely and necessary.
Together we can achieve more. Together we can do better. Society includes variety. We are not the same. We do not see things the same way. And that is what makes us stronger. Great changes happen when multiple beliefs, cultures, and experiences come together to attain extraordinary things. If we join our perspectives, there is no limits to what we can achieve. This feeling of unity in diversity defines us as a university. Our history and tradition live on people who have come together to advance knowledge. We believe in a universal knowledge created and shared together. The University of Coimbra is committed to the promotion of open science, actively participating in the knowledge sharing between the scientific community and society, in order to increase the social and economic impact of science and culture, and boost the development of new products, services, and ventures. However, sharing knowledge requires more than just making it open. It requires active cooperation across borders, languages, cultures, people. To make this vision a reality, the University of Coimbra is one of the core members and the Portuguese representative of OPERAS, a European and international community of partners dedicated to openly share knowledge in the humanities and the social sciences. It currently brings together 53 organizations from 17 countries and wants to put knowledge at the service of all, without barriers, creating connections between different cultures worldwide. We will work together to find new ways to value, gather, and connect researchers, projects, and organizations, always placing people at the center of knowledge. Because knowledge is an expression of culture, which should be made by all and for all. Learn more about the OPERAS community at operas-eu.org.
Is there policy-oriented research on enhancing children's well-being and promoting equal opportunities among children in Europe?
Children are the most vulnerable group economically, socially and physically. There has been substantial academic and policy interest in the quality of life of people in society and their well-being over the decades. Nevertheless, in present-day Europe, significant child well-being inequalities exist. Policies to improve their well-being must be evidence-based, however there is no equivalent data source available to comparatively analyse the well-being of children as they grow up.
How can you measure child well-being across Europe?
Comparative longitudinal surveys collected from birth allow one to see how individuals change over time. They also make it possible to notice irregularities and the extent to which experiences early in life are associated with outcomes later in life. While the indicator-based measures are important, there's a number of other instruments to assess young people's own evaluation of their lives. When focusing on not only objective but also subjective well-being, it is possible to measure their satisfaction about their family, friends, school, environment and self, including such psychological dimensions as self-acceptance, personal growth, competence, autonomy and purpose in life.
How can you provide comparative longitudinal survey data on child and young adult well-being?
The most productive means to obtain necessary data on child well-being is by implementing the first Europe-wide birth cohort survey on the well-being of children and young people, which will be conducted over the next 25 years. To successfully launch and implement such a wide-scale survey, the European Cohort Development Project, funded by Horizon 2020, has created a specification and business case for a European research infrastructure that will subsequently coordinate the first Europe-wide birth cohort survey named EuroCohort.
What is the idea of growing up in digital Europe or EuroCohort?
Eurocohort will provide comparative data collected systematically over time on subjective well-being defined by solid theoretical and conceptual grounds by taking into account the views of children and young people. The obtained data will offer a greater insight into topics such as poverty, health, well-being and education. The study will explore the enduring effects of childhood poverty, bullying and many other sociological and psychological trends. A comparative longitudinal survey will reveal transitions in young people's lives, the step from education to the labour market, and will enable researchers to identify patterns of change, like the dynamics and the factors associated with children and young people being satisfied with their lives.
Who will benefit from Eurocohort?
Children, the future of Europe, are the most vulnerable. They can be protected only by strong political commitment to their well-being. Guided by a child-centric approach, the survey will provide data for enhancing decision-making processes at European institutions to guarantee the well-being of children and young people. The political effort will not only promote European values, but will also make a huge impact on reducing child poverty and promoting child well-being. The evidence base will help policymakers make informed decisions and therefore contribute towards the achievement of sustainable development goals.
The Generations and Gender Programme is an international research infrastructure for high-quality and open-source data. We monitor life and family dynamics within society at the individual level. Family life has always been a reflection of societal changes. Our life courses differ greatly from those of previous generations. Young adults have many more options nowadays, and many more pressures, especially as they try to combine work, family and social life. This means that an increasing percentage of young adults don't follow the sequence of the traditional life course of leaving home, getting married and then having children, or postpone the events till a later age. GGP data show that in 1985 in Western Europe, about 50% of 30-year-olds followed this traditional path. 20 years later, only about a quarter of young people fit this traditional pattern. Policymakers need to know how to support young adults as their lives unfold. To provide this support, we need to know the causes and consequences of change in people's lives. High-quality data and innovations are needed to answer these and other questions. This is where GGP comes into play. GGP takes the dynamic complexity of real people's families and lives and makes it accessible as high-quality, comparable data sets to researchers, policymakers and civil society. Its focus on the complexity of family life across different countries is what makes the GGP a unique data resource in understanding rapid and profound social change. We curate these data sets to help others address pressing societal challenges. Our data sets are invaluable for formulating good policy. We provide access to these datasets to an ever wider audience. We do this because we believe this contributes to a better match between the realities of people's needs and the public policies designed to support them. To follow our research and to benefit from GGP's expanding datasets, contact us.
So big data is aimed at serving a community of data scientists working in the area of social mining. So aimed at developing methods and experiments, complex analytical process capable of understanding phenomena at societal level, at human level, and also aimed at creating simulation of our society can react to some phenomena, event, impact. So big data is also aimed at serving public administrators, political scientists that want to explore the future given the understanding of current society thanks to the analysis of big data in the various dimensions of social life. So next steps will be trying to embrace other cutting-edge research that so far are on the agenda of many scientific communities collaborating with big data. In particular, one of the topics that we are interested in is how to study what is the societal impact of the artificial intelligence technology and how to make such technology understandable by humans, trying to remove the opacity that sometimes are behind some algorithms that are used in many decision-making, automatic decision-making systems.
The So Big Data research infrastructure is making important contributions to training and education. If I were to highlight three important elements, first I would point to our virtual research environment. This is a resource for data scientists, students, researchers the world over really, and it allows them to access everything from virtual kind of learning and working environments, tools, platforms, data sets, training modules, all drawn from the partners within the So Big Data network. The second that I would point to would be training and education that's aimed at non-traditional users. So this would be more for social science and humanities researchers. I can give you one example. We ran a hackathon that allowed humanities and social science researchers to delve into the data infrastructure of mobile phone applications. This is really important because it gives a kind of an added level of expertise and grounding in order to explore important social and cultural impacts and ramifications of big data as it's playing out across our society. And the third, in a related way, is focusing on issues around gender and diversity. As it happens, we've held both a hackathon in London and a program in Pisa, both that looked at different aspects of journalism. In Pisa, it was data journalism for students, which had a focus on female high school students. And in London, we looked at computational analysis of fake news, and we did that partnering with a group called Our Ladies, which is an organization for women that are interested in coding and big data. These are areas that we hope to continue to strengthen going forward so that So Big Data can generate a more dynamic and ongoing dialogue with society at large around these key issues.
At So Big Data, we are trying to put the ethical issue and the privacy at the first place. So we are trying to implement all the privacy techniques that are available in order to ensure to the users, to the individual describing the data, that their privacy is protected. And we believe that it's very important to ensure privacy guarantee and also to ensure transparency to individuals. And we want to push a lot also in the direction of the awareness. So we believe that to create awareness, it's a very important point, a very important mission for this project. As an example, in this direction, as big data, we develop an online training course, which is named FAIR, in order to try to explain the basic about ethical problematics and also data protection regulation, and some hint about intellectual property, in order to spread this awareness and make a new generation of responsible data scientists.
The idea of the transnational access in so big data is to give opportunity for young researchers and establishing career academics to engage with the So Big Data project, learn more about big data science, learn about analytics and how to use that in practice. We're not just focusing on computer scientists here, but we're looking wider at other disciplines like political science, data journalism, humanities, social sciences, economics, and so on. And it's very, very important because it gives us opportunity to work in multidisciplinary setting, as well as to enlarge our own community with other researchers going beyond the immediate computer scientists, which are members of the So Big Data project. Then it's also a unique opportunity for us to engage and learn about practical problems in other settings from other disciplines and see how then we can develop methods that can be applicable for that. And the whole opportunity is enriching both for the people undergoing transnational access as well as for us. And ultimately, hopefully, we're growing the pool of available data scientists, which is currently a shortage occupation of key importance to society and economics as a whole.
Imagine a day where the digital infrastructure that you are using for your daily life, your work, your business, misbehave, does not deliver what was promised, is no more under tight control, or just collapse. Likewise, imagine that this same infrastructure
your liking is, and you're looking forward to the rest of today's session as much as I am. I know that there's been a lot that we've heard from already in terms of member states' perspective, commission perspective, and of course the community too. And that we emphasize that the ESFRI Roadmap 2021 isn't just a list of the projects, but it's a wider landscape analysis. Also, it's been great to see so many of you joining in the conversation on Twitter and on Mentimeter. Please keep them coming, as remember, we're going to, after Jan's presentation right now, which I'm pleased to hand over to, have a discussion with you, the audience, about your comments and your questions on the ESFRI Roadmap 2021. As I've alluded to, I'm now going to hand over to Jan. I'm Jan Hrušák, Chair of ESFRI, to take the floor and take us through the ESFRI Roadmap 2021. Without further ado, please can the technical team load up the PowerPoint. And Jan, over to you.
Thank you, Chloe. Dear colleagues, dear friends, it's really a pity that you cannot stay here with us, be here with us to celebrate a very big achievement, namely the 6th edition of the strategic report prepared by ESFRI and called the Roadmap 2021. It is a big day not only for ESFRI, it's a big day for European research infrastructures, it's a big day for the entire scientific community, but in fact it's a big day for Europe, because I mean this landscape of research infrastructures, the strategic view on the services research infrastructure is providing, are really now of such a big scope that they serve the entire community. But back to the roadmap. It is difficult to say something new if you're presenting a roadmap which is already one of many in a series. And therefore, I will try to set it into context rather than describing in very much detail the individual parts, all referring to the individual projects, because in course of the day we will have a lot of other presentations where in much more detail, in a much more sophisticated way than I could do here from this stage, the individual projects will be presented. So let me just present to you who had yet not time to look to the ESFRI web pages, the cover page of the strategic report on research infrastructures, the Roadmap 2021. And just for the files, I have to mention that this roadmap has been prepared on the request of the Competition Council and has already been delivered on the 26th of November, presented to the Council. I said already many times then that the roadmap is by far more than a list of projects. It consists of 3 distinct parts, and these distinct parts are of equal strategic value as the list of pan-European projects and operational research infrastructures, the so-called ESFRI landmarks. The strategic dimension of the strategy report of ESFRI is continuously developing, and therefore in the next slide I am paying tribute not only to all the chairs, but I'm using these slides to explain how the ESFRI road mapping concept has evolved over the last 20 years or so. So we have seen that with the creation of ESFRI, the huge work that is still continuing and evolving arised, and the first roadmap prepared under John Wood was simply a list of infrastructures which were that time seen to be important to deliver to pan-European values. This concept was further updated with Carlo Rizzuto, one of the founding fathers of ESFRI, and the pan-European relevance was clearly defined and highlighted. We then have had a second update of the roadmap, where additional research areas were brought in and infrastructures in the energy and food and biology domain were introduced. If you then look to the further 3 columns, you may realize that the color changes. This shall also indicate a philosophical change in the construction of the research infrastructures, and while in the blue period, so to say, the focus was mainly on scientific excellence, on delivering scientific services to the communities, within the yellow or orange period, which in fact resulted in a blue cover pages of the roadmap, we have introduced the concept of implementation readiness, the concept which was based on the need to deliver science, to deliver services, to have the research infrastructures operational. And this was projected also to our evaluation procedures. We have also implemented the 10 years rule, which says that you cannot stay forever as a project. When you have to make the turn, you have to have the research infrastructure implemented, you have to start to deliver services. Under Giorgio Rossi, my predecessor in the seat of the chair, we further consolidated the research infrastructure landscape, and we have introduced the concept of long-term sustainability, which goes well beyond just financial sustainability, but we have in depth discussed the needs to make the entire system sustainable. I have, during my term, with the help of the delegations in ESFRI, tried to better formulate the needs of relevance, of strategic positioning of research infrastructures within the European area, to address the need of further integration of research infrastructures, being able to provide better services to complex questions which we are challenged with. So the result is the implementation of the life cycle approach, which was already cited several times, has been a bit more elaborated also in the 2021 update of the roadmap. We have made progress in better understanding the needs of research infrastructure projects to evolve and be able to be presented to ESFRI and become eventually projects on the ESFRI roadmap. We have further developed the concept of ESFRI landmarks, and we are discussing the needs, how to further help to integrate the system, what kind of indicators are necessary in order to follow this entire life cycle. And of course, we are elaborating also on the phase shift, where the research infrastructure in this life cycle approaches close to the end of scientific excellence of the required services, and we are indicating ways forward how this research infrastructure could be restructured, upgraded, or further serve other purposes. What I am trying to do in my very short presentation here now is rather than guiding you through the entire document, because it is rather lengthy, and those of you who have tried to download it certainly have spent some time before they have been successful. So I am not even trying to guide you through all the content of the research infrastructures, because we will have dedicated parts of the today's celebratory meeting, and I will rather present some personal views, personal opinions, some personal reflections on the content of this document. The three parts are listed here, and we really proudly present today our strategic report to the audience, to you, and everybody who's interested can download it. The strategic report has been a part of the roadmap 2018 already, but still there are some new things which we tried to incorporate. The most important thing is that by several means and the diversity of arguments, we have tried to advocate that research infrastructures, and in particular those that are already delivering science, are an essential pillar, if not the backbone, of the European research and innovation area. We have adjusted our argumentation framework such that it becomes very obvious that research infrastructures are of uttermost importance, not only for delivering services to excellent science, but we have been working on a service-driven and impact-oriented approach, and we have many evidence, or big evidence, for that research infrastructures are, while maintaining the excellence criterion, the excellence in science criterion, also very, very important for the European innovation domain. And this all is captured in both parts of the strategic report. So it's a part of the landscape analysis, as well as it is part of our future-oriented policy messages. The landscape analysis, as said, is a self-standing, very important part of our strategic report. It allows us to understand better the interconnectivity of research infrastructures, the linkages of this interconnected ecosystem of research infrastructures, to identify gaps and better steer or provide strategic advice to the national and European authorities, and to provide also advice on future investment into research infrastructures, because one has to clearly say that this interconnected ecosystem has not only the horizontal components where research infrastructures cooperate across scientific disciplines, but it has also a very strong vertical dimension where pan-European infrastructures are interlinked with huge national infrastructures, with smaller regional or even institutional infrastructures, and a very straight connection is created also in terms of funding. And I'm not saying money is everything, but money is a very important ingredient in all these strategic considerations on which we are providing advice on. So we are trying to make this landscape analysis more strategic, and are considering even in the future to make it an independent part of our strategy advice process. I've already mentioned the service-driven and impact-oriented approach that penetrates also into these analytical considerations. And therefore, let me move to the next part, which formally explains how the landscape analysis is constructed. It is composed of three sections, where in the first section we analyze each scientific domain independently, are trying to identify really the landmarks, the pillars, the lighthouses in the landscape, so to say. And we are also trying to push for a stronger collaboration among the existing research infrastructures, and by that identifying gaps and interconnections between the research infrastructures in the diverse scientific domains. We are also focusing on research infrastructure services and their broader impact, and this is captured in the part 3 of the landscape analysis. And here we also make connections to the broader policy goals, to the European research agenda, to the digital transformation. We are reflecting on the COVID crisis and the role research infrastructures have played in battling the COVID, and many things of important strategic nature are listed here. So you are invited to read the landscape analysis with this perspective in mind. The ESFRI Roadmap, and even so I am saying the ESFRI Roadmap is not only a list of projects and landmarks, it is a very important component of it, because it helps to set priorities. It helps to set priorities at the European level, but it penetrates deep into the national research systems. It helps to better align the national system with the European one, and we have also seen examples where the research infrastructure roadmap of ESFRI is a very important reference document even for national strategic decisions. So I'm not underestimating it, but as I know that all of the new research infrastructures, and big congratulations to all the colleagues who managed to pass this very important and heavy evaluation procedure by ESFRI. I know that all these infrastructure projects will be presented in other sections later today, so I am not commenting on those in detail, but giving you here rather an overview of those projects which have passed the evaluation criteria in ESFRI and are joining now the ESFRI infrastructure family in all the scientific domains indicated here. And you also see that these research infrastructures indeed represent a huge pan-European endeavor documented by the huge number of member states that already at the very early stages of a project proposal have committed to contribute to those research infrastructures. Similarly, I am not going to comment on those operational infrastructures that entered the roadmap in 2010 edition or for Actris in the 2016 roadmap. These research infrastructures have made significant progress towards implementation, have been considered matured enough already to represent next step in the life cycle, and ESFRI awarded to those research infrastructures the landmark status, and we will hear much more about those landmarks later on today. So this is also something which I would, from my personal perspective, as said, highlight. There is already quite some tradition in creating the strategic reports in ESFRI, and a significant part of each ESFRI edition is the so-called lessons learned. It is important for the evolution of the concept, for the internal consistency, for the transparency, and for the predictability of the entire ESFRI process that we closely follow up on these issues. So I'm not going to read that, but just making a reference to a very important strategic document published by ESFRI in the end of last year. We have published our strategy paper, Making Science Happen, where we tried to project our internal discussions within the delegations, with all the experts, with all the member states, associated countries involved, and we have summarized these discussions and are presenting some or many of the key messages from the very internal discussions in ESFRI in a more public, accessible form, and this white paper, Making Science Happen, is really also an important contribution as we provided to our masters, to our ministers, to our policymakers, and to the scientific communities, because we are really confident that the governance of the ecosystem is really an intrinsic part and need for making further steps forward, because single research infrastructures have the capacity to address certain scientific audiences and topics, but with the huge complexity of the questions we are asked, we need a more integrated approach, and therefore pledging for this interconnected, interoperable, sustainable ecosystem of research infrastructures. The challenges for the future, this is something which I pass over with great confidence that she can work on that further to Jana, because we've understood that research infrastructures are important for the development of science, that they are very critical for achieving new qualities in scientific discoveries. We understand that the research infrastructures are also a part of the broader society, and there are many challenges which result from that, and all the policy and political consequences must be properly incorporated in our internal ESFRI processes. What I would like to particularly highlight, because this is also probably a very important element for the future, is the new perception of the stakeholders' capacity to be involved in our in-depth discussions. So ESFRI has created some new instruments how to deepen the communication with the various stakeholders, and we have already started ESFRI open sessions as part of our regular meetings, where we increase communication with the research infrastructures, but also with the broader stakeholder community. And we have also designed an entirely new instrument, a stakeholder platform, and a formalized communication with those stakeholders who identified themselves as stakeholders, the so-called stakeholder forum. Unfortunately, the stakeholder forum could not be part of the celebrations within the Slovenian presidency, because we felt that this stakeholder engagement and the stakeholder forum as its pilot is such an important instrument that we would see it as important to start it at least as a face-to-face meeting in order to kickstart properly this new communication strategy with the stakeholders. There are many other issues and challenges we are capturing in our strategic report, and certainly ESFRI will be working on that. Let me just briefly mention something which I think is at the moment the most important part. This is the monitoring of landmarks, which has several components and clear reasoning. But a part of having a monitoring mechanism set up for landmarks, assuring the continuous quality of implementation and operation of these research infrastructures, it has, in my view, also a very huge potential to change the understanding of integration of research infrastructures into the entire research and innovation ecosystem at the national scale. So the monitoring approach of ESFRI, if properly implemented in a co-creation manner, which means with the member states, with the research infrastructures, can become a role model that structures very well the integrated ecosystem and goes by far beyond the ESFRI level. It has the capacity to change the perception of the research infrastructure system in a similar way as the first ESFRI roadmap has done that several years ago. I'm stopping here and sorry that I did not go into all the details of the roadmap, but we have many other sections following. Thank you.
I thank you, Jan, for that comprehensive overview. As you said, there's a lot of details in there, and whilst you've given us a really good oversight of it, we do suggest and welcome our audience to have a look at the document themselves through our website, and that provides a wider experience as well of the ESFRI Roadmap 2021. I know your presentation will help me read through the report, though, as well. Help give me the highlights. So we're now going to move to the most interactive part of the day, a discussion with the audience, where we will invite yourself, Jan, as ESFRI Chair, and Anna Ponogopoulou on the line as Director of ERA and Innovation at DG Research and Innovation at the Commission, to consider questions put forward by you, the audience, through Mentimeter. For those of you who've put questions up there so far, thank you. Excellent. Great to have the discussion going. But please feel free to continue adding your questions as the debate continues. The code for that is below on YouTube. However, you can also access it through me providing it, 1950 94 15. I'm now going to pass the baton to Yanis Ioannidis, the ESFRI Vice Chair, to guide through the conversation. Thank you, Yanis, for joining us today. I hope you're well.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure and honor to be moderating these pillars of all the ESFRI effort, Jan and Anna. Anna, do you want to say a few things before we go into the questions that we have from the audience?
Yes, Yanis, thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. I don't consider myself as a pillar yet, Yanis. Probably after some years, given the experience that Jan and yourself and all the members of the ESFRI group you had, I consider myself as a new child arriving to this world, trying to capture all the great work that was done by you and see whether I can contribute also from my side with my role as overall responsible for European research area. And I'm saying that because I strongly believe that research infrastructures had played and will continue to play even more in the future an enormous important role for the research and innovation ecosystem in Europe. And they have the potential to make sure that whatever concerns the science, but also whatever concerns the leadership of new technological development in Europe, research infrastructures could play an important role. If I may say a few words, first of all, I heard the presentation made by Jan with a lot of interest. We have discussed a lot with Jan in the past, and I would like, first of all, to congratulate Jan and the ESFRI group and everybody involved for this excellent work. I do believe that this new roadmap that we have now in our hands is a real strategic document, because it tries to prioritize, to identify those research infrastructures that we bring a difference in science cooperation across Europe and beyond, because we should not forget that this collaboration goes also beyond Europe. It addresses important projects that have been already recognized at European level. And here I would like to mention the EOS partnership that we have, which is one of the important partnerships that has been identified in the Horizon Europe program, contribute to the challenges, the European challenges that we have, green and digital transition. They have and they will continue to contribute to our enormous work that we do towards addressing the COVID crisis and other health crises. And we do believe that this really a landmark for the years to come in the context of the European research area. What is important also, and coming out from the discussions that we had over the last 2 years about investments on research and innovation, is that research infrastructures has been an area where the member states, they have agreed to join investments on research infrastructures, on European research infrastructures. This is why the choice of those infrastructures where the member states are ready to provide investments is extremely important. And this is where I see an important role of this ESFRI roadmap that has been launched formally today, but also during the following of the implementation of this roadmap, we'll be also able to see whether we have the sustainability of the investments that have been promised from all the member states, and or whether there is a need to further streamline and consolidate our activities around the research infrastructure. So it is a question probably from me to all of you. Have we consolidated enough the landscape? Can we do something more? Do we have the means to finance all those research infrastructures that they have been put in the roadmap, or there is work to be done more? This is questions that we cannot reply today, because today we'll celebrate the launching of this ESFRI Roadmap, but certainly these are questions that we would like to discuss over the years to come. So I would like to conclude my first intervention by just thanking all those that they were behind the scenes, and to welcome these 11 new projects in this roadmap. I think that apart from the fact that we consider those projects in the roadmap, they could support societal challenges, we have to see how this support will happen. And there, I think it was said already today, services, how research infrastructures could provide more services to the scientific community, how we can further open access to research infrastructures, how we can further open access to the data and the knowledge is produced from research infrastructures, how we can strategically do work together. And I'm thinking here about COVID and the COVID-19 platform that has been put in place very quickly based on existing projects and existing research infrastructures. These are work that needs to be further done in close collaboration with the research infrastructures themselves, the member states and the Commission, in order to make research infrastructures selected through the ESFRI Roadmap, but even beyond, a strong partner on research and innovation ecosystem.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much, Anna. You touched upon a whole bunch of important points, and at least a couple are relevant to some of the questions that we have been given by the audience. And I'll pick up on one that talks about that many people are skeptical about the role that research infrastructures can play with respect to having social impact and addressing social challenges. And you addressed, you know, the willingness and the direction that we want to go to. Jan, what do you think the message in this direction is that the 2021 roadmap may be giving with respect to the social impact that research infrastructures can have?
Thank you, Yanis, for the question. Even so, it's just mediated, and it's indeed a pity, colleagues, that you cannot join me here on the stage, because I feel somehow a bit alone. And if I have enjoyed something very much in ESFRI, then it was always the collaborative spirit we've experienced, and the very, very open-minded discussions, the brainstorming sessions by which we were able to provide then proposals for solutions or even elements of policy advice. But coming back to the social impact, I mean, this is something which, in my view, is very, very natural. I mean, I myself am very deeply convinced that research infrastructures have a very strong impact. Once placed in a region, they will immediately, irrespectively of the scientific area, they will immediately impact the neighborhood. They will demonstrate not only that science is present, that science is something one can touch upon, but it will also demonstrate that there is some capacity for change. The infrastructures, a part of their, let's say, scientific role, which might not be such evident or not such evident at the first glance at a very short time scale, have huge impact in the region where they are constructed in terms of demonstrating that science is something that can be done in passion, that is connected with education, with culture, that's connected with immediate impact on the surroundings, because the construction site provides from early on impetus to industries. It creates new jobs at the construction site, but it also provides some push for innovation in the companies that are in physical sense constructing the infrastructures. It challenges those industries and forces them to develop further. And on a broader scale, we see many examples how the neighborhood of the research infrastructures flourishes. So there are changes in the perception even of the quality of life around those infrastructures, because just the people coming in and circulating in the infrastructures are communicating with the broader society around those infrastructures, and there is this very, very straight impact. The other thing is also that I think from the political perspective, research infrastructures provide a quite effective instrument where they can provide support to place-based policies. So research infrastructures are always or quite often then a kernel where around those research infrastructures there is a very vivid development of industries. There is not only direct spin-offs, but also those industries that are providing support to the infrastructures are benefiting for being closer to the infrastructures. And this again has a huge regional impact on the local economies. So from the traditional social economic impact that can be of course studied and is studied, and ESFRI is also preparing a paper on that. We have several other impacts which are more either indirect, but they're more touchable for the people close to the infrastructures. So sorry for not replying exactly to the question, but this is something which I think is not yet very well elaborated, and we shall invest some time also for this secondary or even tertiary effects of research infrastructures.
The dimensions of this question are so many, so that it is hard to put our arms around them now. But this was a great answer. Too many questions, so I'll push up. Let's go to financials. Yes, please, Anna.
Add something here, because
yes, absolutely.
It's a very important point, and I would like to thank Jan for his reply. Just to highlight a couple of things as well. First of all, I value very much what Jan said. Just in a region, to let people to circulate around the research infrastructures, to see what it means, the place where science takes place, and to understand that there are places where they can be skilled to skill people as well, can be used to skill people. So if you think about the research infrastructures, which is more open to society, where even students from schools or from universities, they can spend time, they can skilled, they can develop capacities and skills for the future careers. For me, this is an extremely important aspect of the research infrastructures that already exist. And I have seen many programs of traineeship also for students coming from school, that they can spend some time in the research infrastructure. And the second point that I would like to add, maybe I'm not sure whether Jan raised that, is the trust to research. So research infrastructures are places where scientific knowledge is developed. And the more open we are towards the society, the more convincing we can be about the work that's done by scientists is trustful. And we can see that very much in the context of the COVID-19, what information could communicate, where it comes this information, how we communicate information, and how open we can be transparent towards the outside world. So I think another element that research infrastructure could address is how we can increase the trust of citizens to the science. So citizens communication, basically, science communication.
Science communication. Excellent, excellent. Thank you very much, Anna. I will go to financials and I'll combine two questions, and then you can see who wants to answer. The ESFRI Roadmap is full of ambition, but is Horizon Europe equal ambitious? After accounting for inflation and departure of the UK, things are not as positively compared with Horizon 2020, and the net result is negative. What can we say about that? And the second aspect of financials that someone is asking is financial self-sufficiency a goal for research infrastructures? Will they always depend on public funding, or is a goal to be able to be self-sufficient by securing their finances through services that they give out? Anna?
Yes, I will start and then maybe Jan can complement. I'm sure he can complement what I'm going to say. Starting with Horizon Europe. There was a lot of discussions where we are developing the framework program about the loss of UK budget. I mean, it is a loss, it is a reality. Nevertheless, UK is very much interesting to become associated country. At least that's the case now. We are discussing, still negotiating with UK. And in this context, UK contribution will come in any case through third-party appropriation. So cooperation with UK and other important players in the context of science and in the context of infrastructures in particular is still there. Nevertheless, having said that, Horizon Europe is not and cannot be the only source for financing research infrastructures. And in the framework program, the type of actions that we are financing, they are far away from the investments that are needed in order to establish and maintain the research infrastructures. So always research infrastructures that will be important assets for Europe, for member states, that there is a need for investments from the member states per se. And there are different means to finance research infrastructures. You have the national funding instruments. We have the resilience and recovery facilities nowadays, where many member states, they have expressed their wish and they put in the plans, more or less, I would say, I mean, it's just rough calculation, but we could say a lot of amount, and I cannot say about the budget because I'm not allowed to speak about the budget for the moment, but an important amount of budget to research and innovation, including research infrastructure programs and activities. We have the structural funds where Jan, I think, said very quickly, we have to demonstrate the economic impact and the regional impact, and the societal impact, if we want to finance research infrastructures through structural funds, and there is there. And then concerning the second question, whether through services we can consider the self-finance of research infrastructures, certainly it's something to look at. I don't think it will be self-financed. I think it's going to be very difficult to be self-financed. And then probably, if in order to go in this direction, we need to see a new model of governance of research infrastructures, which does not exist for the moment. So there is a long way towards this direction, but certainly if we go to the direction of improving and putting more emphasis to services that could support industry, businesses, for example, that could pay off, okay? So both possibilities, this possibility is possible, but they will always, in my view, still need important funding coming from the public sector.
Thank you, Anna. Jan?
Yeah, thinking how to approach this pertinent, important question, but say also something that is not self-evident and that is, let's say, forward-oriented. And let me start from saying that several years ago, I've been chairing a working group on long-term sustainability of research infrastructures. This was a group of research infrastructure experts, member states, policymakers, research infrastructure managers, people coming from diverse communities with diverse backgrounds, and we published a report that still is useful to be read. And in the preamble of this report, we said something, and please don't quote me, but the sense was, we are here not speaking about money because it is self-evident that sufficient resources must be provided. And this was the only thing we said about financial sustainability of research infrastructures. And I am articulating that when saying something in this direction, that research infrastructures and the funding of research infrastructures must indeed and really be considered by all the policymakers and politicians as a strategic investment into the future, into the development of economies, into the sustainability of our lifestyle. And it is far more than research. So if we reduce that funding to support to research, then we are in the obvious shortages of budgets and situations like that. But one of the ideas which is intrinsic to the concept of that integrated ecosystem of research infrastructures is the readiness to react on any future critical situations. And this is very much supported by research infrastructures. It was said 1 hour ago or so by the Czech deputy minister, and I fully resonate with that research infrastructures must be viewed not as toy for researchers, not as important contribution to the development of research, but as a part of a critical infrastructure of the state, of the region, of Europe. Because we do not know which crisis we will be facing tomorrow or in 1 or 5 years. And this robust system of research infrastructures, which makes the research communities ready to answer and immediately adapt to a very concrete but complex question, is a kind of preparatory work that is really very critical for our communities. So what I am saying here is that money shall not be an issue, because we are not asking whether we shall have a railroad system or whether we shall have an electricity network in Europe. We simply need that. And in the same spirit, we need an interconnected system of research infrastructures, because otherwise we are not ready for the future. And from this perspective, I would like to close this discussion. Money is not issue. Money must be provided. When it comes to self-funding, then I think it's pretty much aligned with that what was said by Anna. There is hardly a situation that would beneficially connect research infrastructures in a long-term perspective of strategic research with short-term funding targets. This does not go along. I mean, this contradicts each. But the broader understanding of impact, the broader understanding of the benefits research infrastructures provide to the society, not the immediate money return, but the broader benefits, the culture which changes in the neighborhood of the research infrastructures, the situation where research infrastructure really encourage young people to enter into science and then be beneficial to the society. I mean, these are impacts which also demonstrate that research infrastructures are already now returning all the money that are invested in it.
Very inspiring, Jan. Very inspiring. I really appreciate what you said. Next question. How does the European Open Science Cloud fit in the research infrastructure landscape, particularly in relation to European initiatives on data spaces? And in relationship to those also, what is the new strategic role of technical infrastructures? Who wants to pick it up first? Maybe we'll go the other direction. Jan, why don't you go first on EOSC and technical infrastructures, industrial spaces and data spaces and so on.
Thank you, Yanis. I'm here reaching the limits of my competence because, I mean, for me, and now the scientist in myself or inside myself starts to speak, and there is still a kind of doubts to which extent I personally would benefit from openly sharing my data before having explored them to the benefit of my career progress, of the progress of my science. And I am afraid that this is a concern which is very close to the heart of many of us. On the other hand, I see big advantages for interconnecting scientific disciplines, research infrastructures, diverse domains through data. I see big benefits for the society in being able to explore this huge pool of knowledge and connect that. So for me, the interconnection of research infrastructures, the integrated ecosystem I have been speaking about earlier, for that concept, sharing of data and open science, this is the glue which rationalizes and interconnects. EOSC, yes, this is probably an instrument that allows that. But for me, at the moment, it has still a huge notion of a not yet fully implemented policy concept. And as a concept, we have to work in aligning the concept of EOSC, of open science, of open and fair data with the concept, which is also a concept of an interconnected system of research infrastructures, because this lives very close to each other. But the alignment of those two concepts, this is still work that has to be done from my perspective. I mean, there is many very relevant and pertinent connections between these two worlds, but at the moment they are somehow still a bit distant.
Anna?
Well, I'm a bit more positive maybe in the sense that we have done a lot of work, thanks also to the work that was done by the research infrastructure in the context of EOSC and open science. And probably I would like to start with open science, because EOSC at the end is the infrastructure, the illustration of the infrastructure and the data that we are put together on the basis of a policy that has been agreed at European level and should pursue it at member state level, international level, plus in the context of stakeholders, including infrastructures. So the first thing that we would expect is an explicit open science policy that covers all aspects of ESFRI, of research infrastructures. And here I would like to say we always have this notion as open as possible, as close as necessary. So if there are data that we need to protect for reasons of sovereignty, of keeping our technological leadership or promote our technological leadership, of course we can do it. But we also know that only through sharing data and organizing data in an operable way, we can reuse it. We avoid having overlapping research, for example, doing 20 times the same things. We can reproduce data, and we can exploit data whenever is needed, and COVID-19 demonstrates this. So open science it is extremely important. We have to have open science policy and data management in a way that is openly shared and openly connected with interoperability means. This is a very important thing. The framework program put it as a conditions. Other funders put it as a conditions, but it should be really in the context of the policies of the research infrastructures. The second thing, what signifies the EOSC finally? Yeah? The EOSC is the web of data, as we say. Yanis, you know very well, you are also in the EOSC partnership that we have established. Jan, also you have participated to our meetings. So it is a web of data. The data, they need infrastructures and repositories. They need to be interoperable, and they need to be as many as possible. So what is our objective? We did a partnership because we want to have the players to be part of these partnerships, because we want to have investments to come on this partnership in addition to what we finance the Horizon Europe program. So we need an active role of each one of the infrastructures, in particular the ones chosen under ESFRI, in the context of our collaboration that we do in EOSC. So this is what I would say. And only by commitment and participation of all infrastructures, we will be able to deliver what we expect to deliver. Yanis, you have been many years in this domain. You know really what it means behind, much more than me. But with we cannot deliver EOSC if we don't have an inclusive approach towards the participation of research infrastructures. Last but not least, the technological part, I think it is very important to start thinking also what we can do in the context of EOSC and in the context of research infrastructure to address in the future technological developments as well, and how we can contribute to that.
Maybe I would wish to come in to clarify one or the other point, because from the reaction of Anna, I see that my message did not properly been transferred or passed over. So I am not questioning anything what you said, Anna. I mean, what I am saying is, and forgive my directness, but for clarity, this might be useful. I mean, the concept of open science, well understood. The benefits for the society, absolutely good. The benefits for science, in principle, understood. The necessity of communicating and being very inclusive when it comes to research infrastructure, to the concept, no question about that. What I am wondering, and what I see as a big challenge for the future, is to address every individual researcher and convince him or her that in the daily business, in the daily life, in their scientific careers, this open science concept is really beneficial, because I'm still surrounded by many people, scientists, who are not seeing a direct benefit for the progress of their scientific career in this open science concept. And I believe, I mean, this is a task to be done, because at the conceptual level, we all are convinced, but we have to realize that it is not only the EOSC as concept, the integrated research infrastructure as concept, the research infrastructures and universities as the major players, but these are the individual scientists who needs to see the benefits for their daily life, for their career progress, and this communication is very difficult to be done, because it must be domain specific, it must be respecting different cultural domains, it must respect many things, but in that respect, I do not see yet many activities, and therefore I am not questioning anything what you said, but what I am saying is there is a layer below that is still largely untouched.
If I may respond, Yanis, because that's a very important. So,
yes.
So Jan, you're absolutely right. Huh? Here we're talking about how we address the issue of the evaluation of research, the careers of researchers, whether open science is rewarded or not, or the researchers are penalized because of open science practices. It may be the most challenging discussion that we are going to have in the years to come, but certainly from the Commission's side, we started to pave the way towards this discussion, and tomorrow there will be a follow-up consultation with many stakeholders discussing the possibility for that. So very well understood, we need to incentivize the research systems, the research organization, and the researchers for the open science practices, rather than giving the impression that because of this policy, there are researchers that they are staying behind their careers because they did what we asked them to do, basically.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And Anna, I think that what the Commission is doing, and I'll discuss with Kostas Linos and who is involved in that and trying to help with collecting a bunch of stakeholders and thinking together of how to assess researchers and academicians for the research in the world of open science is a great challenge. I mean, OpenAIR is doing a lot of work in informing and making everyone aware of the benefits of open science, not just for society, but also for the individual. But definitely the road is bumpy, and we have our work cut out for us in the future. Absolutely. And hopefully in a few years, we'll all be on the same page and everyone will see the benefits. We don't have any more time. There are so many questions that I could be asking, very interesting questions. So I'll just want to say one sentence, 30 seconds for Jan, 30 seconds for Anna, one sentence about the new chair, Jana Kolar, and the road towards the roadmap 2025.
One sentence. I know Jana for long. I pretty much value her dedication to science, her understanding of the broader policy concept and understanding for the needs of the scientists, and I'm quite sure she will do a great job.
Anna?
So from my side, I would like to say that we have a new era governance, a new way to work with the scientific community, stakeholders, member states to deliver our objectives of the new era policy. ESFRI and research infrastructures is an important element of that. And I expect in the years to come a very close collaboration in this context with the ESFRI Forum and in particular with Jana. Looking forward to an excellent collaboration as the one established with Jan.
Thank you both for excellent answers and contributions and thoughts and insights. And thanks to the audience also for the tens of questions that arrived. Very interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Indeed, thank you. On behalf of the audience, thank you to you too, Yanis. That's been an excellent panel discussion and a lot for us to think about and build off of. Without any delay, I want to progress us to the last session before lunch. I can hear those stomachs rumbling. And the last session is actually a first set of presentations of the new ESFRI projects. As we've mentioned, there are a total of 11. And within this first set, we'll have an example of 4 of these projects. We're going to have a short break first, and then we'll come back in. Thank you. A few seconds.
Hi, Pavel.
Good to see you, Anis.
Yeah.
Great discussion.
Yeah. Looking forward to
Thanks for bearing with us there. So for this first set of presentations, I'd like to introduce Jose Luis Martinez, the ESFRI Working Group Chair on Physical Sciences and Engineering, to guide us through these sets of new projects. So, thank you, Jose. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be in this event because it's really the end of a very long work. And I would like to take the opportunity to really thank all the people who participate, in particular in the strategic working group. We are talking about 28 people or 30 people multiplied by the 6 strategic working groups. So thanks to all of them for the work has been done in the last 2 or 3 years, who really now finish in this, let's say, social political event to present the new project. And I also would like to start now the presentation of the new project, a new project that really very important future research infrastructure who will now into the implementation phase, and are really the backbone of the scientific research in Europe, and they present very excellent project. We went to this very lengthy and detailed evaluation process, and now is really the moment to make the presentation. So as you will see immediately, most of the projects are really multidisciplinary, and now we will start mostly with the project presenters in physics and engineering, but also data and health and food. So we will have only 5 minutes per project, and we will start with the Einstein telescope, who was really is a project, really a very important flagship probably for the future of Europe, you will see, and has been presented in the area of physics and engineering. And now the floor is yours, Michel Punturo.
Okay, thanks for this introduction. So in fact, I will present the Einstein telescope project, that is a project for a third generation gravitational wave observatory. So I want just to remind that just a few years ago, in 2015, we detected for the first time gravitational waves, a prediction of the general relativity of Albert Einstein. We needed 100 years to develop technology and the research infrastructure, because we detected them thanks to a research infrastructure that are now operative, what we call the second generation gravitational wave observatories. And instead now we are presenting a future machine, a future observatory, a future research infrastructure that will allow us to listen, to observe the full universe. So first of all, let me introduce the project. The project has been proposed by a team of 5 countries, led by Italy. But now that we are entering in the preparatory phase, a larger set of European countries are engaged in this big adventure. And you can see here in this slide all the countries involved. And already in the proposal, we had a consortium of more than 40 institutions. And this number is growing up with a large number of scientists interested in these new frontiers of gravitational waves. Let me go into the second slide. So please, thanks. So in the second slide, I would like to introduce in one single slide an incredible richness of science, so it will be very impossible to do that. The target of Einstein telescope, you can see the figure in the picture on the right, is to investigate through the signal coming from black holes, the collection of black holes, to investigate all the universe through gravitational waves. Gravitational waves are an incredible messenger of the universe, because it's traveling through all the matter that it can encounter and is bringing information from the very beginning of the universe. In fact, Einstein telescope will penetrate the universe until the dark age. Keep in mind that looking far in the universe means looking back in the history of the universe. So we will go to until the dark age, or before the formation of stars. capture information on how the universe is evolving. In fact, one of the targets of ET is to solve the enigma of dark matter, of dark energy in our interpretation of the universe, testing general relativity and cosmology of our universe. Then I hope that the movie on the bottom left is a movie, but if it is not working, okay, maybe clicking on this picture is running. But in any case, I will tell you that gravitational waves will be detected also in the collections of neutron stars, and this will allow us to make, you mentioned multidisciplinary, to make nuclear physics of a neutron star, and to make to investigate fundamental physics in a very strong regime of gravity. So really where we can test the general relativity. Let's go to the next and final slide. So ET will be a challenging, a set of challenges. ET will be a challenge on civil engineering, because we need to realize an underground infrastructure of several kilometers to protect our detectors from disturbance given by the environmental disturbance like seismic noise, like atmospheric noise, and so on. But we need to develop a lot of technology in laser and optics. So there was mentioned before what is the impact of research infrastructure on the society. Imagine what we do now with lasers and with optics. The impact will be huge in developing new technology on this sector. So quantum technology, we are talking about quantum technology. The largest quantum device in the world is a gravitational wave detector. We are using quantum physics continuously. And so our devices are exploring quantum technology continuously. And then we will use cryocooling, but with a lot of requirements that will force us to develop a new technology to cool down our detectors. High precision mechanics and low noise controls are essential to achieve the low noise limit in our detectors. Seismic filtering and then computing. For us, computing will be crucial because we will provide the scientific community with 100,000 millions of events per year, and these million of events per year should be analyzed in real time. And so this is a great effort in high performance, low latency, and also low consumption compute. And so finally, data analysis, handling, and distribution. We are a global enterprise, and we are exchanging and sharing data in open access regime with the scientists over all the world. And so for us, data distribution will be a challenge. So thanks for everybody.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Clearly, Einstein telescope will be a challenge for the years to come. Thank you.
And it will be.
The next project to be presented now is another project from the physics and engineering, and it's called EUPraxia, and it's a project related to the development of new technologies of accelerator, particle accelerator, that later will be used in multiple areas. So I give the floor to Ralph Eichmann to present the project EUPraxia.
Thanks, Jose, for the introduction, and let me appreciate our great thanks for the trust of being placed on the ESFRI Roadmap. It's a great honor for us, and all of us are very thrilled. Now, EUPraxia stands for European Plasma Research Accelerator with Excellence in Applications, and it's about 3 challenges that we are addressing. And the first is new technology, building new technology that changes another part of our world, namely the accelerator world. And here we aim at going towards compact, more resource-efficient research infrastructures. Second is about bringing together talents and minds from science and engineering to create innovation and opportunities, and in the end jobs for our European research area, and last not least, creating capabilities and opportunities for doing science in new places, which then creates ideas, spin-offs, and progress in our scientific field. So let me start on the first slide with the first challenge. You all have heard or have seen an accelerator, and there are about 30,000 around the world. Since 90 years, we built those research infrastructures from very small in hospitals to very big. And typically we do this with 30 million volts per meter. And this is already a big challenge and a big achievement if you think about your 220 volts at home. Now there's new technology around, and there's a worldwide race to make it usable, which offers 100 billion volts. And this billion volt machine is actually what we want to build as a core of new research infrastructure. And this brings together laser and European laser industry from France and Germany, which is world leading. Got the Nobel Prize with Gérard Mourou just a few years ago in physics. Plasma accelerators, this is this new technology to really make very high fields, and also RF, our well-proven technology to produce high quality beam. Now being more resource efficient, it's smaller, less expensive, hopefully we can bring it to new institutes, hospitals, universities, industries, and countries. And this has been worked out in a conceptual design report with more than 600 people. So this is the technology we want to build in an international race. The second slide shows you now that we have teamed up with 50 institutes from 15 countries. Frascati, close in the Rome metropolitan area in Italy, is the headquarter, where we will construct one of the two construction sites of this facility. It's a distributed research facility, and it brings together ideas, talents, open innovation approach, and opportunity from those 50 institutes. The second site we will decide in about 2 years, and we have several candidates. One in the Czech Republic, close to Prague, Eli Beamlines, one in Rutherford Labs in the UK, and a third in Pisa in Italy. User operations should start in 2028. And as I say, construction, preparations for construction of the building in Frascati, as you see on the right side, have already started. Those are the animations of this. People you see on the right part and also on the next slide. Now, clearly, this research infrastructure should enable a lot of science, not only develop this high-tech and give Europe this capability in this strongly evolving field of lasers and plasmas, but it should also offer a lot of science. I don't have time to go through in detail, but one of the major applications is to have a compact free electron laser, which fits in the Rome metropolitan area on the side of Frascati, a shrunk down version, which then can also be placed in many other areas around Europe. And this, you see a Raman scattering experiment on the right illustrated a pump probe with a laser and then the free electron laser pulse, which allows us to look at proteins in these examples. But of course, we're also very interested in viruses, like you have seen with the COVID-19. There's a lot of research to be done and to be understood. Bacteria, cells, metals, semiconductors, superconductors, magnetic materials, organic molecules. And this is just one example of the several applications we want to enable around Europe in several places in this distributed research infrastructure, complementing, of course, our big research infrastructures that offer additional capabilities. Here is a facility that's really relying on modern technology and will allow us to look at ultra-fast science and nanotechnology in various ways. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ralph. It's very clear that the Eupraxia will become from one development of new technology that will be applied to many areas, in particular to solve many societal challenges. Thank you very much. The next project, we changed a little the approach, is really eBrains. eBrains is a project with a long history. As a platform has been working for a few years, and it's also multidisciplinary cell because it's really the studies of the brain together with data and all together. So I would like to give the floor to Pavel in order to present the project eBrains.
Thank you very much, Jose, for giving me the floor. We are absolutely delighted to be part of the ESFRI Roadmap 2021. eBrains is the research infrastructure for brain research. We cover three main areas, starting with neuroscience, helping to better understand the brain, going on to brain medicine, and finally to brain-inspired technology. Basically, in a nutshell, what eBrains aims to achieve is to ensure that the technological revolution that has taken place in the field in the past years creates the ground for new scientific breakthroughs. And to exemplify what I mean by the technological revolution, I will just want to tell you that only a few years ago, neuroscientists were able to study single neurons. And today they can study populations of neurons in different behaviors and across the brain in different regions of the brain as well. So this is a completely new situation that has been enabled by technology and which will definitely lead to breakthroughs in the years to come. eBrains aims to fill a gap which exists in the field because we have a good number of infrastructures in bioscience, but there is none that serves neuroscience on a pan-European scale. There are some single-site national infrastructures, but nothing pan-European. So we aim to fill that gap. We have been developed and we are powered by the Human Brain Project, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank the HBP teams for the commitment in developing eBrains. Now, if we could have the second slide. This shows us that eBrains will be a distributed research infrastructure. The central hub is largely in place in Brussels and with a team in Geneva. And we will have 7 to 8 national nodes to start with, pulling expertise from a range of European countries, but then hoping to expand that network as we go along. And we will use the ESFRI preparation phase for this purpose to consolidate the system of national nodes. Now we have 5 categories of services at the moment, starting with data management and curation, moving on to brain atlases, some of the most detailed and refined brain atlases in the world with the highest resolution, moving on to modeling and simulation tools, which are particularly important for the study of the brain, given its inaccessibility and complexity. And then the neurorobotic platform and the medical informatics platform. These are the additional services that we have. Now, I would like to move on to the third slide, which shows us in a nutshell the type of socioeconomic impact which we aim to achieve. This is first of all in the area of brain health, where the predictive power of integrated brain models is such that there is now application possible in personalized medicine. There is also huge potential in overcoming the fragmentation of data in Europe, and we are very much hoping to contribute to building the European health data space in this field. Neurotechnology, that's the second subfield, has seen incredible progress in the past years. The deep brain stimulation, for example, has been of very genuine help to patients. And this is what we would like to develop further. And the final field is brain-inspired technology, particularly neuromorphic computing, and brain-inspired artificial intelligence, relying in particular on the self-learning algorithms. So I would like to end by saying that ESFRI, for us, the ESFRI Roadmap decision is, first of all, a recognition of where we are in building the infrastructure, but it's also a commitment that we would like to undertake today as we launch the roadmap. Threefold commitments: to reach as broad community of users as possible, to pool investments across Europe and pool expertise, and finally to remain faithful to the goal of scientific excellence, to be flexible and to adapt the infrastructure as the researchers' needs change. So thank you very much once more for having us on the ESFRI Roadmap. We are absolutely delighted to be together with the other 10 projects and participating in today's launch. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pavel. It's really impressive how research infrastructure can move from the humans, let's say, body to the really technologies, and it really is truly multidisciplinary. Thank you very much. Now the last project in this first part of the presentation of the new project in the ESFRI Roadmap 2021 is IRENE. IRENE is a project related in the area mostly it's multidisciplinary, but mostly in the area of health and food. And we'll see how the environment also impact all the processes of the human being. So I give the floor to Jana Klanova to make a presentation of IRENE project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jose, and thank you for the opportunity to present our new ESFRI project. We are very happy to be part of this exciting event. So the IRENE research infrastructure is the European infrastructure focused on environmental exposures, and it is filling a gap in the previous roadmap that is related to chemical safety, chemical pollution, and chemical exposures, which is a very important field for implementation of the European Green Deal, especially the zero pollution ambition of the future Europe. So it is linking together the chemical, toxicological, epidemiological, and biostatistical approaches. And the new infrastructure is really sitting in between the domains of health and food, environment, social sciences, and the infrastructures, because we are combining interdisciplinary expertise and data to get the complex view of the human exposome, which is in reality the complex combination of the environmental, social, economic, and other factors that are behind development of the chronic diseases and population health. The next slide, please. So in the heart of our new infrastructure is building the robust, high throughput mass spectroscopy facilities that would enable high resolution assessment of both endogenous and exogenous chemicals. And of course, for assessment of the external exposures, we need to use existing environmental monitoring data and environmental monitoring networks, but also to assess human exposures and their impact on human health. We need to closely collaborate with the population and clinical studies. So we envisage the clustering with existing research infrastructures, both in the area of environment as well as health and food. But as I said, for us, it is crucially important to be able to assess the multidisciplinary data coming not only from environment and health studies, but multiple omics technologies. So again, we will be using and developing the infrastructural tools for assessment of large-scale data, but also collaborating with existing infrastructures like Elixir that are providing a lot of tools for assessment of the biomedical data. Also, in order to be able to interpret the data about the chemical exposures, we need to link our capacities to additional tools like mechanistic toxicology, pharmacokinetic modeling, to build the knowledge platforms that allow us to build the virtual labs, helping with the presentation and visualization of available data. So for us, it is also important to link to science to policy platforms to make our data available. So we are collaborating closely with the national and European EOSC strategies to develop the links that would really make our data publicly available for policymakers. Next slide, please. So the project is built on the broad consortia of more than 50 partners coming from 17 countries. In some of these countries, the project is already part of the national roadmap. There are some existing capacities, and in some countries, we already have the facilities that are providing open access services. So we already have something to build on, and we are looking forward to better integration in the European ESFRI landscape and closer collaboration with existing ESFRI projects. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much to all the 4 projects. I think it's very clear how really important and challenge are really the new research infrastructure project and how they really try to give answer to the challenge of the society, and it's very important. So thank you very much, and I give the floor back to the organizer. Thank you.
Thank you. Fantastic. Thank you, Jose. Thank you, all of our presenters, for a dynamic session just there. I can't wait to see these projects develop. I guess now what we've all been waiting for is time for lunch, a short lunch break. We've got just over half an hour, and we'll be seeing you back here at 2 p.m. Central European time to continue the ESFRI Roadmap 2021 launch. Whilst you're on lunch, I'd like to remind you that you can head to our website, roadmap2021.esfri.eu, to download a copy of the roadmap and get the full experience. And as well, please keep the conversation going on Twitter. We've got the hashtag ESFRI Roadmap 2021 and our account ESFRI_EU for you to provide us questions, comments as we go along. Anyway, I won't hold you back from your lunch anymore. Enjoy, as we say in Slovenia, dober tek, and I'll see you at 2 p.m. Thank you.
The sun is our star. The sun provides us with everything we need for life here on Earth.
The only star where we can actually see intricate detail.
Not all stars you can look into details.
We can understand all of the stars if we understand our sun.
Life on Earth is possible because we receive energy from the sun. If you look very far back in time, the sun was a god.
I think it's a wonderful star.
Every time you go to the telescope and observe the sun, it's like the first time you see the sun.
The sun is a special star. You are always fascinated.
We have to study the sun because it's the only place where we can study the magnetic field in detail.
Human society to continue to observe the sun. Actually, we are not able to understand completely, but we need ESD for this reason.
ESD is a big project.
ESD is actually a very interesting project.
ESD will be Europe's largest solar telescope. It will propose a change for solar observation.
Open a new window to make a new discovery.
Big step forward.
4-meter aperture.
Answer a question.
More detail.
What happens with ESD?
That's going to be a huge step.
ESD will open the future.
Very high resolution.
High magnetic sensitivity.
Unique observations.
We will be able to detect very fast processes like, for example, solar flares.
Advanced object system.
Better resolution.
What the magnetic field is doing in detail.
You can collect more and more photons. You need access to your own solar telescope.
Absolutely necessary.
It's necessary for the whole.
The most important facility to observe the sun from ground.
A large telescope like the European Solar Telescope will change what we know about the sun.
Metrofood RI, infrastructure for promoting metrology in food and nutrition. Metrofood RI is a distributed research infrastructure which aims to promote scientific excellence in the fields of food quality and safety. It provides high-quality metrology services in food and nutrition. Metrofood RI embraces food quality, safety, traceability, and authenticity, food integrity, environmental safety, sustainability of agri-food systems, circular economy, industrial symbiosis, food transparency, and human health, promoting harmonization and standardization. Metrofood RI consists of a physical research infrastructure and an electronic infrastructure to coordinate and integrate existing networks of plants, laboratories, experimental fields, farms and fisheries for crop production and animal breeding, pilot plants for food processing, kitchen labs to replicate consumer habits in food preparation and consumption. The electronic infrastructure makes available a platform to share, integrate, and use knowledge and data on food composition, nutritional contents, levels of contaminants, and markers in foods. Users of Metrofood RI can be researchers and academics, policymakers in food inspection and control agencies, food business operators and producer associations, consumers, consumer associations, and citizens. They can access our facilities physically, remotely, or virtually, according to their requirements. Our services include metrological and standardization services, chemical, microbiological, and physical chemical characterization of foods, feeds, environmental matrices, food contact materials and byproducts. Technological services aim to improve food safety and consumption, and e-services. Metrofood RI involves 48 partner institutions from 18 European countries organized with a hub and node model. Since 2018, it is included in the ESFRI Roadmap for the domain health and food. Metrofood RI is open to all users who want to access its services and those with interesting scientific projects from all over the world.
Danubius-RI stands for the International Center for Advanced Studies on River Sea Systems. Danubius-RI is going to be a distributed pan-European research infrastructure that will facilitate interdisciplinary research in river sea systems.
That's one of the key things with Danubius. It brings together people with a variety of disciplines. So I'm primarily an ocean scientist. It looks at open oceans and coastal waters, whereas I have colleagues who are more interested in upstream rivers or might be interested in deltas or estuaries.
It's about bringing together scientists from different backgrounds to work together to understand the connections between freshwater and the marine part, also with a focus on transitional environments, deltas, estuaries and lagoons.
Transitional areas are very important for mankind because most of productivity happens in transitional areas in lagoons where you have extremely high biodiversity. It is very important for the economy of the people living there. They live from fishing, for example. They live from tourists because that's where tourists come. It is one of the most important areas a country can have.
Till now, humanity has not been able to provide solutions that can take into account all the aspects of natural sciences and human society development in order to have a proper management of river-sea systems without generating side effects. It is important because we do not have scientific understanding of the entire system. We cannot even define which are the offshore boundaries where the rivers impact the seas. And one of the best examples is at the Danube mouths. During exceptionally high waters of the Danube waters cover about 1/3 towards half of the Black Sea. Where are the areas of interaction? What happens there? These are all questions for which we need answers.
And all these topics, all these issues, I think these are issues that you, in my opinion, can only solve sustainable in the long end if you address issues at a full system scale. So that's what makes, for me, Danubius RI quite unique. And this is interesting also for the Rhine to see, okay, well, we focus, of course, in our super site on the delta, on the lower part, but we work together closely with our German friends on the middle Rhine super site. And maybe in the future there will be super sites added as well in the Meuse, so that we can work together, trying to create more understanding about how the system is working from the mountains all the way to the sea.
Danubius RI is a Romanian initiative. Back in the beginning of the 1990s, after the change of the communist regime, the Danube Delta, which was threatened to be close to destruction because of the policies implemented here, the authorities tried to protect the delta, and the Danube Delta obtained the status of biosphere reserve. So the Romanian government has had the initiative to open the Danube Delta for research to the international community, to experts worldwide. We had a good start in the year 2006 when, on this houseboat, we, GeoEcomar, organized together with the US Army Corps of Engineers an international workshop that brought together experts from all over the world, experts in deltas and estuaries. Initially, the concept was to develop a center for the Danube Delta, Black Sea. But starting with 2011, we invited our partners, scientific partners from all over Europe, to come and work with us to develop this plan of an infrastructure dedicated to river-sea systems.
The current monitoring of river-sea systems is currently undertaken largely to assess compliance against various regulatory and statutory requirements. The way the data is collected, however, isn't that useful to understand the processes which govern these very dynamic environments. So there is a need to develop a systematic framework which enables us to understand how these environments are changing and responding to environmental change, the impact that that's having on the ecosystem services that these environments are providing to us, and also enable us to forecast various management scenarios or indeed climate change scenarios and impacts that they might have going into the future. To address these scientific challenges, Danubius has brought together 12 super sites across Europe. These super sites represent catchments and estuaries and deltas, as well as coastal environments, which are both of scientific value but also of national strategic value for each of the countries involved. These are supported by 4 science nodes across the whole of the infrastructure. The first is the observation node, which provides both spatial and temporal data derived from satellite data as well as in situ observations. The second is the analysis node, which provides both more sophisticated analysis of, for example, emerging pollutants, as well as providing the standards and a common framework in which to ensure sampling and measurements are undertaken systematically across the whole of the infrastructure. We then have the modelling node, which provides modelling capability to fill the gaps that we have in the observations, but also, and critically, to model scenarios, from climate change scenarios to management scenarios into the future. The impact node then also helps that articulation of that science to be of societal value, to ensure that the infrastructure both stimulates sustainable economic growth, as well as is of much wider societal value, and of course protects the environment. The data center provides the infrastructure to collate all the data from the infrastructure and provides a one-stop shop for accessing that data for both science and policy and industry. The Technology Transfer Office provides a mechanism for which we can then take any innovation from within infrastructure and make that of potential value to society. For wider societal engagement and also to promote the education understanding of these complex river sea systems, we also have an e-learning office which will deliver electronic teaching material to schools and universities and colleges to help promote that understanding and help drive the science forward. The whole of Danubius-Sahara is supported and coordinated by a hub which is sited in Merigio in the Danube Delta, the site from which the whole of this infrastructure was actually envisaged right from the start.
Yeah, well, the observation node is one of 4 nodes in Danubius. It includes providing data on in situ measurements taken in water or in river sea systems, but also taking satellite data, particularly from the new European Copernicus series of satellites. It also has a role, though, to provide some kind of coordination between the different observations taken within the super sites and other entities within Danubius. So the aim is to provide consistency in observations, to have certain standards, protocols to follow, but also to get involved in the training aspect so that any scientist wanting to use some of the observation equipment can be trained in use of that equipment, appropriate analysis of the results that come from it.
My role in Danubius is largely attached to the observation node, so as part of the project I'll be helping to develop the methods for measuring the water quality of lakes and rivers and estuaries and coastal areas using observations that we glean from satellites in orbit above the Earth.
And here we are today on Loch Te, to get some measurements of reflectance, of how much light does the water reflect, in order to validate some of the satellite data. So at the front of the boat we have 3 spectroradiometers that they measure the quantity and the quality of the photons that they are coming from the sun through the atmosphere, the photons that are reflected by the water surface.
Well, the atmospheric properties above water and land, coastal environments changes quite dramatically depending on industry, depending on temperature, evaporation of water and so on. These all add to the atmospheric properties, the aerosols in the air, which then attenuate light between the sun and the ground or the water surface. And that affects the atmospheric corrections that we can apply to satellites. So knowing what the atmospheric aerosols are enables us to then tune the atmospheric corrections so we get accurate estimates of the light leaving the water from the satellite, and then we can get good estimates of the chlorophyll, sediment concentrations, colour dissolved organic matter from our satellite measurements.
So this is basically measurements of how light is absorbed and scattered by different particles within the water column. And with this understanding, what we're able to do is then develop models that we can use to analyse and process our satellite data to then retrieve information on the water quality of water bodies like this, and indeed rivers and coastal areas as well.
We have in Danubius a modeling node here in Venice because we have a long expertise on modeling transitional environments. Transitional environments are typically estuaries or lagoons or things that are in between the open sea and the land.
In science, models can be used for a lot of things. The main things are, for example, the evaluation of scenarios. So, what-if scenarios? For example, weather forecasting or marine forecasting, so in terms of storms or in terms of pollutions also. So, if you have the weather and marine forecasts, you can also predict where pollutants will go. In Venice, we developed models that are able to predict high water in order to early warn the municipality, for example, and all the citizens. The outputs of the models are used to evaluate different scenarios in terms of dredging, for example, or in terms of ecosystem evolution of the lagoon. So Venice is a good example of these kind of problems.
You can tell what the lagoon will look like in the next 10 to 50 years, for example, if I build the mobile barriers. Then I can understand how often I will have to close the barriers and what this means to the water exchange between the lagoon and the sea. And therefore, you can use numerical models also for planning. All the software we create, all the models we develop are freely available on the web. That is very important for us because that gives the possibility to others to use that expertise and to use the knowledge that we are building here.
Danubius has provided a unique opportunity for the long-term monitoring and predictive numerical capabilities for two Catalan deltas. Those deltas are very vulnerable right now, but that will get even worse under future climates. So Danubius is, and I hope will be, an excellent catalyzer to make us think, and when I say we, it means researchers, but also the local administrations, the government. We have a need to predict a storm impact before it hits, and for that we also need those forecasting models. We are now in the beginning of September. Last week of August there was a torrential rain event. Because it doesn't rain so often in here, it's mostly dry climate, that rain event dragged a lot of debris and pollution towards the coast. The coastal waters were no longer good for swimming or for water sports. But we can predict that, and we can tell the coastal authorities or even the beach users when that is going to happen and for how long bathing will not be safe, or even which areas. And that is, again, one of the byproducts of Danubius.
The analysis node will provide state-of-the-art capabilities, that is, expertise, instrumentation, protocols and techniques to undertake research in river sea systems. So, for example, we can trace and measure emerging pollutants and microplastics and assess their toxicity levels in all environments, from the land to the sea, and ultimately in the aquatic life and then in humans.
So here we are in the lab where we brought the water samples as soon as we were out of the water at Loch Te. So here we have collected samples to analyze several parameters of the water. This is, we're referring to bio-optical parameters, some chemical parameters, but generally water quality indicators. We've been doing the same analysis, the same sampling at different parts of the world, and we collect all this data together to develop some algorithms that are globally applicable. So we can take the algorithms that we develop here and apply to different river systems across the globe.
One of the key features of the analysis node is a set of comments, which is basically a standardized set of protocols and techniques to do sampling and analysis to ensure comparability of measurements within and between river systems. One of the main challenges today is to compare results coming from different laboratories or different areas in a river basin. So what we want to do is to ensure a common framework to be able to compare these results and understand them in an integrated way. The structure we've developed in Danubius wants to create better science, which will hopefully create long-lasting impact for society and economic development.
If you need to talk about the impact of Danubius ESFRI for the common people, for cities, for towns, etc., I'd say that most of them are either directly on the river or at least in the catchment of a river. So that's the case for 98% of the European population. So at some point there is an impact of how your river systems work.
I strongly believe you always, if you want to change something in your system, you talk about stakeholders, and everybody has a different stake. 15 years ago there were floodings in the Rhine and in the Meuse. And in order to deal with that, we had to take a very drastic approach in the Netherlands. And we set up a program that's called Room for the Rivers. So that it's already in the name. So basically you create more space for the river. So if there's a big flooding, there's area where the water can stay. Certainly some people will lose from that, maybe the farmers who have their parcels on the floodplains. So you need to compensate for that. But others, like there's more room for nature, there is opportunity for tourism, so other parties will benefit. So if you start a discussion, you say, okay, let's see how we can optimize these kinds of solutions and involve stakeholders into the process. So that's also one of the aspects that could be brought under the magnifying glass within Danubius ESFRI.
Early on in the vision for Danubius ESFRI, we need to look at how the outputs, or the significant outputs we're going to have from the project, can be effectively exploited. The idea of having a tech transfer office is to engage with the researchers and with industry to ensure that the material we produce has an impact on society and the economy. What we're doing is taking the sort of scientific output and looking at the sort of the commercial aspect of it, how that could be applicable for industry, possibly for society as well, to inform society, to make sure that our outputs are exploited effectively. This is really important that the science doesn't stand still. It has to be put out there and exploited, so it could be taken by another project, for example, another infrastructure, but ideally by an industry as well, so someone would take it and commercially develop. And the idea of the TTO is to make sure that our intellectual property is protected as part of that process.
What I'm doing right now with my colleagues at Danubius is to make sure that our offer is directly relevant for those businesses. So the interest can be very different. We are addressing dredging companies, for instance, because their business is entirely based on the knowledge of the very specific waterways that they are in charge of dredging, and being able to understand exactly what is the sediment flux, the periods where you need to do the dredging and where you should put the sediments, and a lot of factors are there that are influencing how the dredging should be done. If it is done properly, they can save a lot of money. So obviously they are very interested in what we are doing, because we combine all the expertise that this kind of company is interested in. We are able to observe, we are able to analyze, we are able to model the flux, we are able to understand what is the socio-economic impact of reforming those waterways or not.
In Romania, for instance, we are preparing the structural...
Welcome back all. I hope you're well sated from lunch and have a caffeinated drink if you need one to get us through the afternoon, because we've got a full end of day here for you. We have a selection of panel discussions and further new project presentations for your pleasure this afternoon, bringing to life the ESFRI Roadmap 2021. To start the afternoon and to get the ball rolling, let's begin with a panel discussion on research infrastructures in the ERA policy agenda. As we heard this morning from Minister Kustetz, research infrastructures have been a feature of the Council conclusions on ERA governance that were recently put through the Competitiveness Council. The ERA policy agenda includes priority actions on research infrastructures and is included within the Council conclusions on ERA governance. So I'll now hand over to Gelsomina Papalardo, the ESFRI Working Group on Environment member, to delve into the discussion with the panelists on the role of research infrastructures within this environment. Thank you, Gelsomina. Over to you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure for me to be here, and I wish to welcome everybody to this first thematic panel discussion. And soon I leave the floor to Lia Karamali, head of unit from the Commission, that she will give us her perspective on the Action 7 dedicated to the research infrastructures of the adopted ERA policy agenda for 2022-2024. Lia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Gelsomina. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very pleased to be here with you, and I share all the enthusiasm about the launch of this new roadmap and the new era for research infrastructures, also in the context of the new European research area. So I'm waiting for some slides to be uploaded. So I will have a very brief presentations for you, recalling where we stand now with the new era, and I will then say a few words about the dedicated action under the ERA policy agenda on research infrastructures. So First of all, a very important milestone for the new era was achieved under the coordination of the Slovenian presidency of the EU on the 26th of November with the adoption of the new toolbox, allow me the term, for ERA. First of all, a new pact for research and innovation in Europe, bringing together more important elements for the coordination of the new European research area, the first edition of the ERA policy agenda, and also a new governance scheme for ERA, building on all the achievements all these years, but also providing a new impetus for the different bodies involved. So the Council adopted the Pact for Research and Innovation in Europe, adopted Council conclusions, and the first edition of the policy agenda with 20 actions. So we now have a new way of working together in the context of research and innovation. We have a reinforced role, of course, for the Council and ERA, providing political impetus and orientations. We have the ERA Forum for Transition, which will oversee the implementation and will co-design, together with member states, dedicated actions for the new era. And we already have, as I said before, a new ERA policy agenda, which includes 20 such actions in order to implement the ERA. Yes, I think the slides are showing in a small screen. I'm not entirely sure. This setting that we have right now allows us to work on the basis of shared principles, allows us to have a concrete methodology of working together, allows us also to have a renewed approach to investments with more detailed targets that have been, let's say, acknowledged by member states. And also, we have a new methodology for reforms and for delivering actions in the next 2 to 3 years. We have 20 such actions in the new ERA policy agenda. And all these actions are actually relevant for research infrastructures, as research infrastructures and the actors involved in the research infrastructures are, let's say, the backbone of the research innovation system. So actions regarding deepening a truly functional internal market for knowledge, with actions dedicated, for example, on EOSC, or on open science, or on talents and researchers, gender equality, or protecting academic freedom, or knowledge valorization, are very relevant for research infrastructures. Likewise, actions which link to the twin transitions, industry, innovation are also relevant. And finally, actions that bring us closer to the citizens, so reinforcing the societal dimension and, of course, working together with member states are very relevant. At the same time, there is a dedicated action, as Jesomina announced, Action 8, which is about research infrastructures themselves. So I would like to focus on this action. So this Action 8, which is entitled Strengthen Sustainability, Accessibility and Resilience of Research Infrastructures in the ERA, includes a set of foreseen activities. And these activities are, first of all, a further analysis of the European research infrastructure landscape, then a sub-action dedicated on a broader and more sustainable access for all countries to European research infrastructures and their services, including possible links with the European Charter of Access to Research Infrastructures. A dedicated sub-action on the next steps to the ESFRI Roadmap, but also the implementation of the Research Infrastructures Performance Monitoring Framework. Finally, the next steps with the ERIC framework and in the context of the upcoming Commission report for the ERIC regulation. And finally, increase cooperation between research infrastructures, e-infrastructures, and stakeholders, including through EOSC. So all these elements are foreseen in this action and will keep us busy in the next 2 to 3 years. And these correspond to important challenges, which have also been recognized in this edition of the ESFRI Roadmap. And just to quote Jan, indeed, the ESFRI Roadmap is also about the strategic dimension of research infrastructures with its strategy report, in addition to the other elements, the new projects and the landscape analysis. And therefore, in the strategy part of the roadmap, we recognized important challenges ahead, such as the need to further improve access, the need to go towards a more targeted priority setting and service-driven approach, the need to increase the impact of research infrastructures and the investments, and finally, of course, sustainable investment scheme for research infrastructures is very important. So what is coming next? What is coming next? First of all, this action is embedded in the broader ERA governance, and as such, it will be the overall approach will be concerted with the delivery of the ERA policy agenda. So now that we have the adoption of this toolbox by the Council on the 26th of November, next steps include the setting up of a monitoring scheme for the broader ERA, the establishment of the new ERA Forum for Transition, and also the development of explanatory documents on ERA actions. When it comes to research infrastructures, more specifically for the implementation of Action 8, as they touch both at the level of ESFRI, the level of ERIC, but also more broadly speaking, accessibility and delivery of data to the users, we can immediately see that we need to reach out to a broad constituency of addressing both ESFRI, ERIC, member states, but also stakeholders in a very inclusive process. So this is what we're planning to do in the coming 2 to 3 years, and liaise accordingly with the broader ERA governance in order to make sure that benefits that come from the delivery of all the actions also involve research infrastructure. So we expect to have a quite intensive 2 to 3 years, and I'm very enthusiastic to be part of this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. Thank you for having introduced completely the entire context from the conclusion from the Council till the ERA policy agenda, and in particular the actions related to the research infrastructures, which is actually the topic, the main topic of our discussion in this panel today, where we try to now to discuss what are the different components from the different perspective of the different actors. So from ESFRI, from the national governments, and also from research infrastructures. Also see what is not only the role of these actors, but also what are the main challenges in implementing these actions, because as you said, this will be our main goal in the next few years. So it's with a great pleasure that I introduce the panelists for this session. We have Jana Kolar, the ESFRI chair-elect, and of course Jana will give the perspective of ESFRI in this discussion. Lukas Levak from the Ministry of Education, Youth and Sports from Czech Republic, and he will give the perspective of the national government. And Robert Finance from the European EXFEL GmbH, which will give us the perspective from a research point of view. So let's start with a common questions to all the panelists. I would like to ask you, in your view, how the proposed actions Leah already mentioned to be implemented within the next 2 years, and how this will contribute to further developments of the ERA in the field of the research infrastructures, and how they can contribute to further strengthening the European research infrastructures. Let's start with Jana, who will present us the perspective from ESFRI. Thank you, Jana.
Thank you, Gelsomina, for this introduction, and thank you, Leah, for a very good description of the ERA policy agenda, especially regarding research infrastructures. Now, in order to have this discussion make it more understandable for our audience, let's first say something about ERA, European Research Area, however we pronounce it. In simplified terms, it's a single market for research, where researchers' knowledge, technology are supported and circulate freely. Now, when it comes to research infrastructures, with European Research Area, we would like to have all the research infrastructures that we need accessible to all European researchers that need them, going seamlessly across the border. Now, so far, the biggest contribution to the development of European Research Area have been through the roadmaps. And this is really a tremendous achievement, because you can imagine now with the new entrance to the roadmap, we are talking about 24 billion investments into joint research infrastructures, meaning pooling of resources across countries to develop the capacities that we need. Now, the second big achievement is the ERIC framework. Now, we could continue, but there's time restraint, so I will just go to, I will address now the ERA policy agenda. Now, so far, ERA was designed around 6 broad policy priorities that were running for several years. Now, I'm excited about the new approach, which has clear targeted deliverables within 3 years that should make a significant movement towards the objectives of further development of ERA. Now, let me just address the 2 priorities of the ones that Leah was mentioning. So the strategic analysis of the landscape and gaps will contribute to the further development of the capacities that we need, while the funding approach will contribute to the fact that they will be accessible to the researchers that need them, which is what I said is our 2 priorities that we have in the field of research infrastructures. Now, we have more, but these are really at the core. Now, you might say, what is new? Because we have landscape analysis in the roadmap that we launched today. Now, what we would like to do in the future is to deepen this landscape analysis. And there's also important difference from the roadmap that we're launching now. We will take a step approach. The landscape analysis published together with the roadmap. We will first focus on the strategic analysis, deepen the current one in the roadmap, and then apply this knowledge to the roadmap, which will follow then in 2 to 3 years. Gelsomina, back to you.
Thanks a lot, Jana. And I think that now we can move to Lucas for the same question. What is his perspective from Czech Republic?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Gelsomina, and greetings to everyone. Well, to start with, thank you very much for the invitation to take part in this ESFRI Roadmap launch event. And let me also use this opportunity to congratulate to everyone we engaged with ESFRI for the completion of the 2021 edition of the ESFRI Roadmap, which is being released today. It's really another remarkable achievement reached by ESFRI and all European research infrastructure stakeholders, and we all should be very proud of it. In reply to the question concerning the potential impact of the first ERA policy agenda and ERA actions on the ecosystem of European research infrastructures, it would be very difficult, of course, to touch upon all the impacts of the ERA action number 8 and all its sub-actions, which were endorsed by EU research ministers and which are envisioned for the next 3 years. Anyway, I will do my best and try and mention just a couple of points. How do we perceive the potential impact of the ERA policy agenda in Prague? When it comes to the strategic landscape analysis, which was mentioned by Jana, we believe that this ERA sub-action will help consolidate the landscape of research infrastructures in Europe and also contribute to their positioning internationally and globally. One of the goals and objectives of this analysis shall be to identify the persisting gaps within the European research infrastructure landscape, which would be afterwards addressed by new ESFRI project proposals. At the same time, and this is very important, we shall also identify new opportunities for a deeper integration of the European research infrastructure ecosystem and elaborate on clustering of European research infrastructures across various scientific disciplines and various scientific domains, which is something which was repeatedly mentioned also during the morning session of the conference. Regarding the promotion of the open access to researchers from all around the world, implementation of this measure shall help attract top-class early career researchers, as well as well-experienced senior scientists to Europe, and thus intensify international knowledge exchange and international knowledge circulation. Nevertheless, let me also mention in this regard that the possibility to perform the world-class scientific experience and research studies in Europe very largely depends on the ability of the European countries to invest in research infrastructures and keep them cutting edge. Therefore, ongoing investments in research infrastructures are as essential as the openness of European research facilities to the world. The Commission's report on the implementation of the European Research Infrastructure Consortium legal framework is without any doubt another important milestone on the ERA policy agenda. In this regard, although the ERIC regulation introduced a brand new legal entity, which foundation is less complicated compared to the procedure of the foundation of a traditional international R&D organization, there is still room for improvement, and the report on the implementation of the ERIC regulation shall therefore stress out the existing deficiencies and also outline the path to implement actions which would result at the end of the day in even more efficient governance and operations of European research infrastructures under this ERIC legal framework. The EGARIC expert group, which was led by Carlo Rizzuto, did a great job in this respect when collecting all the necessary information and data. And since research infrastructures belong among the top priorities of the Czech EU Council presidency, in the second half of 2022, we are awaiting the subsequent Commission's report, which much interest, of course. That's all from me for now, and I pass the floor back to Gelsomina. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucas. Now the same questions for Robert.
Yes, thank you very much. And first of all, thank you for inviting me to take part in this exciting event here as a representative for let me call it one of the larger infrastructures in Europe. I would also like to congratulate with the roadmap, the ESFRI Roadmap 21 in particular, congratulate Jana with her new responsibilities for the next couple of years to lead the ESFRI. Now, what is the ERA importance in the coming years? Well, Europe has I would say, a wide portfolio of international research infrastructures in a wide different fields, and I think also some very important and very visible ones. And I think structuring of all these both national, intergovernmental organizations and others to become more visible and also more structured, that they can interact and exchange scientific ideas, know-how, knowledge, intellectual property, and not the least also personnel. I think that would be very, very important here. research infrastructures are also important because they are being used by somebody, so they are being used by your users. And I think there to have a sustainable access of the user community in the entire Europe to these fantastic infrastructures, it for me something that is really important in order to structure and collect and unify the Europe on the research agenda. Many of these research infrastructures have already now access without charging for access, and I think this is really important that people can change and move on, and that the research infrastructures also can train and educate the next generation and make also the awareness of the possible research infrastructure, not only internal Europe, but also externally, because I think if we structure and organize the research infrastructures in a very good way, it will be very attractive to attract the best brains to come to Europe. So I think we already have seen that some of the organizations have emerged over the last couple of years in the physical sciences. Where I'm there, we have seen organizations like LEAPS, like LENS, like ARI, and I think that's some of these constructions are very important in order to make a visible and strong and attractive European research agenda. And I think this is what the proposals will contribute to.
Thanks, Robert. So let's move to the second question. Let's start with Jana from ESFRI. Jana, as the incoming ESFRI chair, how do you foresee the implementation of the specific actions and ESFRI contribution to the ERA policy agenda overall?
Thank you, Gelsomina. Now, this is a very interesting question. I will start chairing ESFRI with the beginning of the year, and we will prepare a work plan together with the EB, Executive Board of ESFRI, and ESFRI, but also with involvement of broad stakeholders. Now, one message which came across very strongly today, but also and is based on the policy agenda, broader policy agenda that we have in Europe, where we need to develop achieve twin transition, but also meet the objectives of, let's say, health challenges, economic challenges, is that we need to strengthen our cooperation with a systemic approach across different actors and across the domains. Now, how this would translate into for example, some of the actions related to research infrastructures, I can see that, for example, a strategic landscape analysis, which of course will need to be developed together with the actors in Europe, would also involve deeper discussions with, for example, missions and interested partnerships in order to see, for example, first of all, we can present the existing services of research infrastructures, and some of them, they might not be aware of them. So then we can, based on this discussion, elucidate what further services need to be offered by the existing research infrastructure, and we can also find out which research infrastructures, new ones, are needed so that in Europe we will have the research infrastructures that researchers need. Now, the other aspect is, for example, the sustainable funding, which also relates, for example, to transnational access, which is a very important part. Now, we said that we want research infrastructures to be accessible to the researchers that need them. Now, this is very much linked to the funding, and during our recent presidency conference on the new era, we have discussed this with the stakeholders who have proposed 10 recommendations on the funding of research infrastructures, even before Council discussed the topic. Now, we at ESFRI have discussed these 10 recommendations yesterday, and we will address how we can take them further. I particularly like the fact, for example, that it was raised that we should increase, let's say, the impact of research infrastructures should be more evident, and ESFRI can do something, certainly can do something about this. And then we need to, for example, collect what was proposed also, one recommendation, best practices on funding on national level using different funds in synergy, national resilience funds, for example, structural funds, and this all together in synergy with European funds. Now you might say that this, this will benefit primarily national nodes, which are funded on national level of distributed research infrastructures. But looking beyond this, the fact is that if you use the funds in synergy, you will also have more of the national funding to pay for the contributions which need to be paid for some of the larger single-sited facilities. So this all makes, let's say, it's all about the systemic approach, and it's very much involving the broadest community possible. So it involves, in the first place, research infrastructures, but then also the users of research infrastructures, which should help us increase the impact and basically the use of research infrastructures in support of the challenges that we're facing.
Thank you, Jana. Thank you. And now for Lucas, coming from Czech Republic. Lucas, research infrastructures, as we have seen this morning, are a very important priority for the Czech presidency of the Council that you will get in the second half of the next year. On which areas you would like to focus to achieve a concrete progress by the end of next year, 2022?
Thank you, Celsomina, for this obvious question. Well, basically, in general, Czechia is planning to facilitate high-level debates and discussions on the role of research infrastructures in the post-2020 European research area, and in a way transfer the debates that have been held by ESFRI in the past couple of years to the political level of the EU research ministers. In that regard, although ESFRI has adopted two very essential documents for the development of the European RI ecosystem in the 20s, and I'm speaking about the 2020 edition of the ESFRI White Paper and the 2021 edition of the ESFRI Roadmap, the transcription of the research infrastructure policymaking goals and objectives in a specific series of Council conclusions, which would be endorsed by the EU research ministers, is still sort of pending from our point of view. So having said that, the primary ambition of the Czech presidency is the adoption of the Council conclusions on research infrastructures. And this ambition obviously requires a series of high-level as well as expert debates of European stakeholders. And therefore, to that end, we shall organize, in a close cooperation with the European Commission, the 2022 ECRI conference, which shall provide stakeholders with the necessary discussion arena, so to say. And what would we like to achieve? So firstly, it's the recognition of research infrastructures as an essential part of the critical infrastructure in Europe and worldwide too. Research infrastructures have clearly proved their socioeconomic benefits and impacts when very largely contributing to the damage control and crisis management during the COVID-19 pandemic. So given that, RIs should no longer be viewed as standalone scientific installations, but as a key element of the critical infrastructure in the way how do we usually perceive, for instance, defense, security, or healthcare infrastructure. Secondly, in order to understand the wide range of benefits, impacts, and spillover effects which derive from public funding and public investments in research infrastructures, we would like to address those facilities also from a slightly different angle, than the purely scientific one, and comprehend in a slightly better way how do they interact with the education stakeholders, businesses and industries, how do they contribute to the creation of spin-off and startup companies, how do they trigger and accelerate the local, regional, macro-regional development, etc., etc. So in short, our ambition is to elaborate and let the European policymakers realize, and this is the most important, to realize that every euro that we invest in research infrastructures from public funds brings back not only world-class scientific papers, but also a broad range of socio-economic benefits and impacts. So in this regard, we shall view the RI facilities as the true driving force behind the convergence of research and innovation policies with other sectorial policies, and RIs shall be considered a cross-cutting element in all policy-making areas. So the ambition of the Czech presidency is therefore the political recognition of this very complex mission of research infrastructures and a high-level acknowledgement of their really central role in policy making. Thank you, and over to you, Gelsomina.
Thanks a lot, Lucas. Now let's move to the last questions for Robert. As an expert in research infrastructures, what is your view on research infrastructures and how they can really themselves contribute to the implementation of the ERA policy agenda?
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you also for what Lucas and Jana just said, because I think I'll just build on top of what they said. I think we heard this morning that by Paquet saying that the research infrastructures will be very important for answering or contributing to the societal challenges. And I think that is hitting the discussion we are having right now in the research infrastructure, just in my own facility. How do we in our future strategy set up so that we can contribute effectively and powerful to the societal challenges? And the same discussions we have in other contexts, like in the synchrotron facilities, LEAPS. How do we actually do that? How do we structure not only ourselves, but also structure the entire user community, that we can offer them the best services that they could contribute to societal challenges? You know, the most urgent one is presumably the climate change. You know, how can we offer contributions that users can come and do research at our facilities that will then help them to contribute to build new devices for climate change. I think this is a extremely exciting discussions we are having right now, and I think this discussion here today in ESFRI and ERA, etc., will contribute to this, and I hope that we within the next year or two in our organizations will have made bigger steps forward, so that we have a much clearer view in how we can actually also be proactive in contributing to the society challenges. Another one was mentioned by Paquet this morning, where he said that we as facility also have to reduce our emissions. And I think that is a huge challenge that we have to take on board. And there already in some of our organizations like LEAPS, we are discussing how to develop future technologies. And this is one of the issues that has been discussed, where we need to address, and we can only address it commonly. It cannot be that every facility on its own would find its own solution. We must here make common solutions to come forward. And I think that is a really important part of the ERA policy, that we find common solutions that we can all agree upon. So I must say I'm really looking forward to the next couple of years, and hopefully we will have lots of interaction where we could discuss the progress as we go along.
Thanks a lot, Robert. Actually, a lot of good ideas. I try to take notes, then I will try to say something at the end. But before, I would like to pass again the floor to Leah to give some consideration from the Commission perspective, respect to what you have just heard, Leah.
Thank you very much, Somina, and I have exactly the same reaction as you. Excellent ideas throughout the meeting today, but also through this panel. And I'm very glad that we can actually interact, taking into account all the other elements that came from the different discussions. So I do concur that the research infrastructures play an important role to our internal market for research and innovation, to facilitate circulation of talent, knowledge, and also to have important socioeconomic impacts. And it is indeed an important challenge we should be working on in order to exemplify and make this more visible and more concrete. And I believe that the interaction with the broader ERA policy agenda that takes all the transversal elements of the research and innovation system, what we do for talent, what we do for infrastructures, our methodology, but also the thematic approach, what we do for the twin transitions, how we can contribute to missions, develop services. I think all these will probably create a very rich landscape of discussions. We also have a renewed way of working together. I'm very pleased that we are at the beginning, that we are closing a very important cycle of ESFRI with excellent work, but we are also ready to open a new cycle with an ambitious work plan. So I will be extremely happy to interact in this context. We also have other important elements. I'm very pleased that the EGERIC report was mentioned, because I think indeed that Carlo Rizzuto and the team made an excellent work in order preparing the ground for future actions to be debated under the upcoming Czech presidency, and see what further orientations we give to give a stronger political impetus to the research infrastructures, to couple it also with the international dimension, very important. So ECRI should be an opportunity for policy as well, for Europe to reinforce international partnerships. So I also look forward to that. And finally, developing an overall service-driven approach and consolidating this infrastructure landscape also with concrete services, and so data and products and services that these infrastructures offer, and make functional links to important policies, such as for climate change, COP26 and other examples. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. Thanks a lot. I would like to thank all the speakers, you, Leah, and all the other panelists. I mean, as I said, a lot of good ideas. It's clear that we have already, our agenda is already full, starting on the 1st of January. But what I would like to mention what Jana said at the beginning, that it seems that with this new adopted ERA policy agenda, we have it seems that we have a very clear timeline. From the ESFRI point of view, we will concentrate, for example, on this more strategic role of the landscape analysis. And the key ingredients is also, as we have seen today, is to put all the actors together. ESFRI, research infrastructures, policymakers, the Commission, because I think it's important to have all the actors together, because this synergy with funds, but also these interconnections among the different sectors to arrive to produce excellent science, but also science to serve the society. And I think that, of course, this means that we will have plenty of other meetings where we have to focus more on that. And I'm happy that we also will have the stakeholder forum where we can have this kind of exchange in the future, and the ET conference next year. So we have plenty of opportunities. And with that, I think it's time to close this session. I wish to thank all the audience for the attention, all the speakers again, and I will pass the floor to Anna Poikova, who will moderate the next session where there is the presentation on the 3 new projects from the ESFRI Roadmap 2021. Thank you.
Indeed. Thank you, Gelsomina. Thank you, Jana, Robert, Lukasz, and Apostolia for all your contributions just there. That's a very interesting panel where we've been able to really bring to life the wider policy work that's going to be supporting the ESFRI research infrastructures, as well as ESFRI supporting that policy implementation too. So thank you. As Gelsomina's highlighted, we're going to move on to a next set of presentations, which will be moderated by Anna Projkova. But I'm just going to break for a few seconds whilst we stand up that panel. We'll be right there with you. Hold on.
That we can all agree.
Thanks for holding on there for us. So, as we mentioned, we're now going to move on to the next set of presentations of the new projects presented in the ESFRI Roadmap 2021. I'm pleased to say that I'm joined by Anna Projkova, the chair of the ESFRI Working Group on Data, Computing and Digital Research Infrastructures. Anna, I hope you're well, and I'll hand over the floor to you to conduct the next set of presentations. Thank you.
But also through this panel. And I'm very glad that we can actually interact, taking into account all the other elements. That
do you hear me? I just would like to check this first because I have another meeting still overlapping. Gelsomina did not complete it yet.
To facilitate circulation of talent, knowledge, and also to have importance of
Indeed, we seem to be able to have some interference here. Just one moment whilst we figure this out. Thanks. Do you have another program running, perhaps?
So, Sarah, would you like to take care?
The research innovation system, what we do for talent, what we do for infrastructures, our methodology, but also
if you could turn off the YouTube channel, that would be fantastic, so that we can. I think that may be interfering with things. That may be playing in the background there for you. Let's try again. Anna, can you hear me?
We are also ready
to so would you stop the other room now talking?
If you turn off the YouTube channel, and we'll conduct things through Zoom with you here. Thank you everyone for bearing with us. Everyone watching us, we'll come back just in a moment whilst we resolve these technical difficulties. Please wait on for us. We'll be right back. Thank you. thanks for bearing with us there. We've now successfully resolved those technical difficulties, I hope. So let's try again. Anna Projkova, please, would you take the floor?
Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure to moderate this panel because the DIGIT working group that helped me a lot to analyze the research infrastructure topography of European lack of capacities in specific fields led to adopt and to evolve 3 more very important infrastructures, which really will increase the capacity of European research infrastructures. And I, after thanking this landscape analysis, would like to give you the chance to discuss with Dr. Jamie Murphy what is Marinert bringing to us with its very enormous, ambitious, and very enormous involvement in different partners. So, Jamie, you have the floor to present Marinert.
Okay, thank you very much, Anna, for the introduction. So, I'm going to talk about the Marenergy project, and I suppose give a bit of background to it and what our ambitions are within the ESFRI Roadmap. So Marenergy is built on an advanced community that formed and developed through the FP7 and Horizon 2020 Marinet and Marinet 2 projects. And I suppose for us, the next logical step in terms of the development of this advanced community was an application to the ESFRI Roadmap. So in 2016, we first applied to the roadmap, and at that time we were granted emerging status, and sort of in the intervening years then we have been addressing the issues that were raised in our initial application, and we're delighted that when we applied again, we succeeded in terms of getting through the rigorous evaluation, and now are part of the 2020-2021 roadmap. So I suppose if you go to the next slide, please. So I suppose what is Marenergy? So Marenergy is a sort of a network of research infrastructures focused on the development of technologies, sort of in the offshore wind, wave energy, tidal energy, and floating solar sectors. So we consist of a series of test tanks, test site, offshore test sites, electrical labs, and structural labs, focused on testing technologies prior to deployment at commercial scale. So we must ensure that these technologies are safe and robust and cost effective for deployment in offshore environments. And I suppose why we see the need for Marenergy is related to, say, if we take European targets, and the Green Deal, sort of there's a target to be climate neutral by 2050. And for that to happen, we have to, sort of extensively exploit our offshore renewable energy, sort of resources. So what the current target is about 300 gigawatts of offshore wind and maybe 40 gigawatts of wave energy. And at the moment, we're about, maybe 5% along the way to that target. So we have a long way to go in order to make our targets, and we have to develop and advance technologies much faster than what we have done previously. And just to give you an example on the scale of the challenge that we're facing, say today now, I would have loved to be in Slovenia, but I can't even go to my office today because, not because of COVID, because we have a status red weather warning in Ireland at the moment, and not far from me off the south coast of Ireland, there are wind speeds of 150 kilometers an hour and wave heights of up to 20 meters. And these are the sort of environments, the Atlantic environments, where we'll want to deploy a lot of our offshore renewable energy technology. So obviously, sort of we need to have a very, sound and robust development pathway for new technologies coming into this sector so that they can both operate and survive on a cost-effective basis in these environments. So maybe if you go to the next slide. So just outlining what Morenergy is, in words, sort of Morenergy, sort of is a distributed research infrastructure. So, that there are a lot of these research infrastructures in different countries already, and we bring them together. So initially, we're not looking to develop a new infrastructure as part of our development, but we will look at down the line in terms of addressing gaps in terms of infrastructure needs. And I suppose then the second point is that we hope to promote innovation by developing new technologies, new methods of testing, more robust methods of testing in order to advance these technologies. And I suppose that the last point there is that Europe, has been a leading player in offshore renewable energy and the development of it and the deployment of it. And we see Morenergy as essential in keeping Europe at the forefront of offshore renewable energy. So at the moment, sort of in terms of supporting countries, we have 5 countries: Ireland, UK, Belgium, Spain, and Portugal. And I suppose what we hope for at the end of the preparatory phase, that we'll have added at least 4 more countries, because we're in advanced negotiations with the Netherlands, France, Norway, and Italy. So if you go to the last slide. So this last slide just outlines, sort of a question, or addresses a question we're often asked, as the infrastructures exist already, what is the added value that Morenergy brings? And we see a lot of aspects in relation to this in terms of streamlining the development process, sort of standardization of methodologies, sort of, and, better integration and communication between the different infrastructures as well. So we see this as growing and developing over time. And I suppose just we look forward to moving into the preparatory phase and developing and advancing these to what we hope to achieve ERIC, to become an ERIC at the end of it. So thank you very much. So this is my presentation on Morenergy.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. So this was a nice presentation of an infrastructure which in the roadmap belongs to the energy sector, but actually it has very deep roots in environmental section as well. So this is one good example of something which we face these days, that in the roadmap, more and more interdisciplinary research is involved. And now we are going to give the floor. I'm going to give the floor to Serhi, who will present SLICES, another research infrastructure which is very, very much distributed and brings value, both to significant value to the research infrastructure, both in communication and in a computation and computer science field. So Serhi, you have the chance to present in a better way the infrastructure you proposed and it was involved.
Thanks a lot, Anna, for your very kind introduction, and good afternoon to everyone. If we can have the first slide, please. Yes, so we are very honored and proud. Can you hear me, Anna? Yeah, okay.
Yes, I do. I just muted.
Okay, excellent. So we are very honored and proud to enter the ESFRI Roadmap, pioneering the first projects included in the digital working group. So SLICES stands for European Scientific Large-Scale Infrastructure for Computing, Communication, Experimental Studies. So it is important to understand that digital infrastructures are not only a support to science, but also a research domain on its own. So we do also explore the entire universe, but this is the one composed of the digital and virtual world. If we can have the next slide, please. So as a short introduction, I would like to recall, if yet necessary, that the digital transformation is at the heart of our society. Useless to say that this has been further demonstrated by the COVID pandemic. But there is no digital transformation without a scalable, efficient, robust, and secure digital infrastructure. So this is the mission and vision of SLICES, addressing the next generation of digital infrastructures. So as Anna said, this is a single instrument organized at a distributed array with a strong coordination, covering all domains necessary to address the related scientific challenges. So digital infrastructures are highly complex and large systems made of advanced technology and sophisticated software components. SLICES involves a broad community of researchers dealing with wireless systems, networking protocols, distributed systems, embedded systems, cloud computing architectures and services. So it is nicely complementing the other European initiatives in the digital sector and will have a strong impact on the socio-economic world and international competition. So what you can see in this slide is the development of a partnership up to now, where we have been successfully engaging the appropriate community to develop our vision and mission. So namely member states, academic institutions, but also a broad set of support letters from the socio-economic world, including industry, NRENs, and international organizations. So SLICES received the expression of political support from 12 member states, involving 15 countries in total, with 4 nodes being already included in the national roadmaps. SLICES is primarily addressing the core infrastructure technologies and science, but it is also providing a playground to address several vertical applications and the transition to a sustainable and digital economy. Next slide, please. So there exist numerous research topics that will be addressed thanks to SLICES. I'm not going to enumerate all of them, but as an example, advanced wireless networking, where testing is of utmost importance to understand the channel behavior when moving, for example, to the terahertz spectrum and exploring new waveforms. Smart infrastructures based on virtualized and programmable components, considering issues related to scalability, security, and distributed intelligence. Distributed resource management, end-to-end, and at scale for system optimization. Advanced functionalities for time-sensitive networking and on-demand flexible infrastructures. And not to forget, of course, issues related to energy efficiency, security, and privacy. Next slide, please, as a conclusion. So this short introduction closes the introduction to SLICES. The main takeaway is about the importance of developing scientific instruments to support the research dealing with future digital infrastructures. And once again, we're very happy to be part of this cluster and would like to thank ESFRI for their trust in our initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sergei. It was a really concise and informative presentation of these complex infrastructures. So now we are going to listen to another very complex infrastructure, which is integrated infrastructure for social mining and big data analytics. The name is So Big Data Plus, which responds to the rising demand for cross-disciplinary research and innovation on the multiple aspects of social complexity. So this is another distributed infrastructure which mixes both ideas of having a very specific research infrastructure and providing new tools with completely new technology for analysis. So now Dr. Roberto Trassarti will talk to us and present in depth this infrastructure. Roberto.
Yes, thanks. So let me start saying that we are honored to be in the ESFRI Roadmap, and I will try to give you an overview of the So Big Data research infrastructure that will have its central hub in Italy, but as you can see, we are spread all around Europe, more or less. Slide. Can you change the slide? So the So Big Data objective actually is to build an open ecosystem for big data and social mining research. The idea is to let users to access to our resources within an ethical framework that harmonizes individual rights and collective interests. In practice, what we are providing is a toolbox for social mining in order to understand and modeling the complex social phenomena and their evolution, combining the data-driven and model-driven analytics. Slide. And so in practice, what we are offering is a rich catalog of analytical methods and dataset that will be used as software as a service. Our platform provide and will provide even better within ESFRI Roadmap services and computational resources to develop and performing social mining experiments. Our, let's say, core of the for the platform is a distributed community of data engineers and data scientists, and trying to push ethical and legal aspects in all the phases of analytical analysis of big data. Slide. So let me say that so big data is focusing its activity in these 6 vertical contexts of research that we call exploratories. So we are providing resources, dataset, and methodologies in research field like social debate and misinformation, demography and economy, sustainable city of cities and migration studies, methods to study the social impact of AI and explainable machine learning, and sport data science. So this is actually the starting point that we had with the Edge 2020 project, and we starting from a community of more than 9,000 users in our platform, and more than 5 million of access to our application. Our focus is also to interact with public administrations and in the world of industry in order to build specific projects and push, let's say, cutting-edge technology produced by the research community, and also to push the values, the ethical and legal aspect in the mechanism of the industry, the actual industry. So for all other information, let's say that we are glad to have you on our website and to access to our platform to get even more resources for your research.
Thank you, Roberto. I think that the audience appreciated very much the interesting presentation. And here we close this panel with a great thank you to everyone and welcome to the roadmap.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you all of the presenters there. That was a fantastic session. I'm very excited to see these projects come to fruition. For further detail on the projects, you can head to their websites, as we've mentioned, or of course, head to the ESFRI website at roadmap2021.esfri.eu to get further details and download the copy of the roadmap as well. We now move to our final panel of the day, where we'll focus on research infrastructures as drivers of international cooperation. We're going to have just a very short break, a few seconds, and we'll be right back with you. Hold yourselves there. Be there in a second. Welcome back. Thanks for waiting on there. So as I said, we're moving to our final panel of the day, where we'll focus on research infrastructures as drivers of international cooperation. Similarly to the previous panel, we're looking at an element of the Slovenian presidency of the Council of the EU's Council conclusions, this time on the global approach of research and innovation. And we want to delve into how research infrastructures have a role within the global approach of research and innovation. To guide us through this discussion, I welcome Immaculada Figueroa, the ESFRI Vice Chair, to lead the panel. Immaculada, I hope you're well, and I'll hand over the mic to you now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me to be here and moderate this panel. Thank you all the audience for being here with us, sharing with us this time, because we are going to discuss about a very important topic on research infrastructure. Research infrastructure as drivers of international cooperation. Research infrastructure are hubs for international scientific cooperation and can make notable contributions to tackling global problems, such as we have seen pandemics, climate change, or other emergencies, as we have seen now with the volcano eruption in La Palma. And it is important for that global cooperation and data sharing, because are essential to find solutions and to ensure that we have a sustainable future. European Union also contributes through the experience acquired through the years with the ESFRI Roadmap, offering expertise and leadership on global research infrastructure projects. In this sense, European Union cooperation with priority countries and regions can be extended by explicitly including research infrastructures as part of the relevant strategy agendas. That is, for instance, the case of the cooperation with Latin America and the Caribbean region, where ESFRI and the ESFRI research infrastructure are playing an important role in the implementation of the strategy agenda. European Union Council, after the recent Commission communication on global approach to research and innovations, calls for deepened cooperation on the basis of openness, a level playing field, and respect of fundamental rights and values, and supporting the European Union's open strategic autonomy. In this way, the Council first underlines the importance of international cooperation in research infrastructures for the advancement of science and science diplomacy, and for tackling the global challenge and increasing access to excellence. Second, recognizes the need for further development and implementation of the global research infrastructure framework. And finally, encourage ESFRI and the European Commission to support activities of research infrastructure to this end. In this context, we set this panel with 3 experienced panelists who will share their views on the different aspects of research infrastructure and international cooperation. I will swiftly introduce them. I start with Professor Phil Diamond. He's a radio astronomer by background and is the Director General of the Square Kilometre Array Observatory. As you know, a Square Kilometre Array Observatory is a new and growing intergovernmental organization with already 7 full members and 9 prospective members in the way to join it. The Square Kilometre Array Observatory headquarters are located in Manchester, United Kingdom, and it's a global organization that is constructed and soon operating the 2 largest radio telescopes in the world, one in Australia and another in South Africa. Our second speaker is Nicolas Bocomel. Nicolas is economist by background and is the head of the Large Research Infrastructure Department of the French Ministry of Higher Education, Research and Innovation since September 2019. He is also advisor to the Director General for Research and Innovation. His department coordinates, in liaison with the Research and Innovation Strategy Directorate, the French strategy in the field of research infrastructure and international scientific organizations. And finally, Dr. Werner Kutsch is a biologist and ecosystem scientist by education, with more than 25 years of experience on ecosystem carbon cycling in European and Africa. He is the Director General of the Integrated Carbon Observatory System, ERIC. In addition, he is successfully coordinating several projects like the cluster project ESFRI Plus to further enhance the cooperation between environmental research infrastructures, and currently is leading different projects on developing direct observation of greenhouse gas emissions and on research infrastructure cooperation with Africa. It is a pleasure for me to have all you here in this special event of ESFRI. And I would like to open the panel, inviting Professor Phil Diamond to offer his vision about the coordination of efforts and pooling of resources and expertise to establish large-scale, globally unique facilities involving multiple partners from around the world, like it's the case of the Square Kilometre Array. Phil, the floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
Perfectly, Phil.
Okay, my internet suddenly paused. Presumably you wish me to just start my presentation? Is the presentation going to appear? Ah, there it is. Okay, thank you very much, and thank you, Inma, for your very nice introduction to the subject. In the next few minutes, I'm going to use the Square Kilometre Array Observatory as an example of how to pool resources and expertise in the field of international scientific collaboration. So next slide, please. So as Inma has just described, the SKA is currently a collaboration of 16 countries building and operating the next generation of radio astronomy observatory. We do wish to recruit more partners at some point in the future as well. We're a very new intergovernmental organization governed by a treaty. We only came into existence in January, February of this year. So we're still in the establishment phase, headquartered in the UK, but building the 2 telescopes that Inma mentioned in Australia and South Africa. And the 2 images that you see on the screen are artists' impression of what those 2 telescopes will look like. The one in the bottom left, in a very remote region of Western Australia, the one which consists of 130,000 what we call low frequency antennas, each about 2 meters tall, spread across 65 kilometers of the Western Australian desert. And then in South Africa, almost 200 15-meter dishes, which will incorporate fully the South African Meerkat array, which is operational north of Cape Town. So these 2 facilities with the headquarters and a global network of SKA regional centers will form the SKA Observatory, providing access to SKA data. And we are a true exemplar of a big data research infrastructure, generating an enormous amount of scientific data per year, comparable to the high luminosity LHC, which is being developed. We have started construction. I'll show on the next slide what that is. And the cost for construction and the first few years of operation is expected to be 2 billion euros. But we have a 50-year expected lifetime. Next slide, please. Can you go back 1 slide? There. So a little bit of background. We the SKA entered the ESFRI Roadmap in 2006 at the start of that process. We achieved landmark status in 2016, which I must admit always made me feel a little bit uncomfortable because we had not yet established construction at that time. However, we have now. We have been the very grateful recipient over the years of, through various framework programs, more than 20 million euros of EC funds, which is more than matched by external funds, which enabled us to focus on early design activities, preparatory studies, and the like that led us to a long way we are now. It's underway. It formally started on the 1st of July this year. And you see here some images of construction activities. I won't go through them in detail. They're just provided as evidence of real construction on the ground in South Africa and Australia. Next slide, please. This image shows the global reach of SKA, and it's an east-west and unusually a very strong north-south component to all of this. As Inma mentioned, we have 7 members of the observatory whose governments have ratified the treaty. With Switzerland, we have accession is imminent. In fact, just this morning, I signed the accession document to send to colleagues in Bern. In France and Spain, we have negotiations proceeding actively on the accession agreement. It's very good to see Nicolas and Inma here because they are 2 of the key players in this. With Germany, we have negotiations proceeding well on the membership. We have what we call interim arrangements with Sweden, Canada, and India. And we have Japan and South Korea at a much earlier stage in the process. So demonstrating the global nature of the project. Next slide, please. That global nature is clear, but there is a very strong and growing European presence in there. So how have we been able to pool the resources and expertise together? Well, we've been able to harness the entire global radio astronomy community, except unfortunately for colleagues in the USA, behind a single visionary project, the Square Kilometre Array. This has been 30 years in the making. It's built on decades of international cooperation and networking. The technique we call very long baseline interferometry that uses telescopes around the world to create high resolution images of radio astronomy, and which has been strongly supported by the European Commission over the years, recognizing that the networking capabilities of this and the Jive ERIC as an integral part of this have enabled us to develop that collaboration. The science case is transformational with huge potential for new discoveries, and also the innovation in engineering, software and data management is required to deliver the vision. And this creates strong potential spin-offs, which is very attractive to governments. We have, as well as on the science side, developed very strong working relationships with all of our partner governments. And I particularly call out China and India, with whom we've had very excellent cooperation from a scientific to a ministerial level. This is very much aligned with the EC's global approach to research and innovation. And I also quote one more line that we should seek to EU should seek to enhance its cooperation with those major science powers below. That is almost aimed at the SKA. Apart from Singapore, we have engaged with all of those countries. Next slide, please. Just very briefly, in the next slide, please. In the last couple of slides, I just wanted to show some images of various impact stories that arise from a global collaboration. From solar photovoltaic power stations in Australia engagement with indigenous people, human capital development in South Africa. Next slide, please. To using the SKA as a science diplomacy tool. And I'm sure many of you will recognize the key international people in these images here who have come together to talk about science and collaboration under SKA. And my final slide is just to show how next please, is just to show how one of the things that emerges from scientific collaboration like this, even astronomy has helped to support the fight against COVID with the development of new generation ventilators to support people in hospital. So thank you very much for listening to me, and I'll hand back, Inma.
Thank you very much, Phil, for this presentation. Square Kilometre Array is clearly a global infrastructure, and you have shown us all the different aspects. I would like just to invite Dr. Drogmel to share with us his views as French delegate in the group of senior officials on global research infrastructures about the prospects of advancing the global research infrastructure governance framework. Nicolas, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Inma. It's a great pleasure for me to participate in this panel. I have been invited as a member of the GSO, the group of senior officials on global research infrastructures. But I have to say, I don't have any special responsibility in the GSO, aside from being a member, nor any particular mandate to speak on behalf of the GSO. So I will just share personal views as a single member of the GSO, but not as a representative of the GSO. So research infrastructures, next slide please, are key elements in research and innovation policies. In some cases, there are complexity, there are high cost of development, of construction, of operation, the requirement of a critical mass of highly qualified human resources, or simply the global nature of the scientific challenge addressed makes it impossible for one country alone to build and operate these facilities. The term global research infrastructure is typically used for those facilities whose governance and services are fundamentally international in character. As a matter of fact, the building and development of a GRI, a global research infrastructure, over its full life cycle necessitates a lot of work, a lot of commitment, and requires method. To help research infrastructures determine how close they are to being global and to provide some guidance for aspiring or established GRIs, the group of senior officials has developed and continuously refines a framework that identifies a set of 14 key principles or criteria for global research infrastructures. Next slide, please. I would like to say a few words to explain what is the GSO for those who are not yet familiar with it. Previous slide, please. The GSO is an international forum that was established in 2008 by G8 Science Ministries in order to promote information sharing and facilitate international cooperation on the planning and on the development of global research infrastructures. It aims at analyzing and discussing case studies, identifying good practices, promoting a common understanding for key challenges surrounding GRIs, such as, for instance, data management, innovation, or lifecycle management. The GSO is today composed of representatives from Australia, Brazil, Canada, China, the European Commission, France, Germany, India, Italy, Japan, Mexico, Russia, South Africa, UK, and the United States. The OECD is an observer to ensure good coordination with the Global Science Forum, the GSF. The GSO's executive secretariat is managed by the European Commission. Next slide, please. Coming back to the GSO framework, it is a living document that builds upon the continuous work of the GSO and is based on experience with existing global research infrastructures available worldwide, on the analysis of selected case studies and on updates in the relevant policy areas addressed. The last update of the governance framework document was made 2 years ago during a meeting of the GSO in Shanghai and is available on the website of the GSO. It is composed at this stage of 14 criteria. The first one is about the core purpose of a GRI, which should address the most pressing global challenges. That is, those frontiers of knowledge where a global critical mass effort to achieve progress is required. Science, technology, industrial, and training goals should be fully integrated through the infrastructure plans from the early development. Second criteria is about partnership management and the importance to have a clear and explicit rules of participation that clarify roles and responsibilities of the partners in terms of reference that should include the establishment of an independent scientific oversight body to advise the members on scientific and technical matters. Third, stakeholders should agree upon a shared understanding of the foreseen scope, the schedule, the cost, the uncertainties, and the external constraints of the project and processes to effectively address potential deviations. Fourth, appropriate management structures and experienced professional top-level management should be established. Fifth, the GRI should very carefully manage contributions from the members through an appropriate balance between cash and in-kind contributions, so as to ensure proper implementation, delivery of excellent science, and long-term sustainability. Criteria number 6 is about the need for periodic and external reviews of the scientific, technical, and performance objectives to ensure excellence of the scientific output and achievement of the GRI's goals. Criteria number 7 is about avoiding short-sighted strategies. Planning for termination or decommissioning of the GRI should be carefully done as early as relevant. Exit criteria and procedures, termination liabilities shall be made explicit well in advance so as to prevent unavoidable misunderstandings and difficulties later on. Next slide, please. The GRI policy should reflect the global excellence-driven access paradigm through the publication of a clear and transparent access goal. The goal should incorporate a peer-reviewed process that recommends access based on the most promising emergent ideas. 9, GRIs should recognize the utility of the integrated use of advanced e-infrastructure services for accessing, processing, and curating data, as well as for remote participation and access to scientific experiments. 10, GRIs that manage and maintain research data sets in service to the scientific communities should have transparent and public data management policies for data preservation and sharing, and duly respect, indeed, the FAIR principles. 11, when relevant, clustering of complementary research infrastructures with schemes for access and mobility of researchers, engineers, and technicians through the cluster should be encouraged. 12, measures to facilitate the international mobility of engineers, project managers, researchers, including postdocs, should be promoted by the GRI stakeholders. 13, GRIs should develop policies with clear goals and strategies for the promotion of innovation and technology transfer and the management of intellectual property. Last but not least, 14, GRIs should maintain a set of core indicators which are suitable for monitoring the scientific and socioeconomic impacts of the global research infrastructure. Next slide, please. So in order to remain accurate and relevant, this framework criteria needs to be continuously refined to take into account the new lessons we can draw from existing GRIs and from the evolutions in the research and innovation sector. So today, I think it is a very useful tool to think about new potential new GRIs and to think about the progression towards maturity of GRI projects and the evaluation of well-established GRIs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicolas, for this presentation. It is important, the work that you are doing in the GSO, and it is good to know because sometimes it is not the information about what we are doing in the different fora is not clearly set, and we will need to know about that. I pass finally the floor to Dr. Werner Kusch, who is going to present his views about how establishing global networks for scientific cooperation, knowledge exchange, and data sharing to address global challenges. Werner, it's a pleasure to have you here. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I want to first express my congratulations to the new projects and welcome you to the family. And we are always happy to share our experiences also about ESFRI, which is not always easy. Next slide, please. Before I go into the global networks for cooperation, next slide, please. I would like to show or tell a little bit about ICOS, the Integrated Carbon Observation System. We are a distributed research infrastructure. You see a lot of dots there. These are more than 140 stations, which are an investment of much more than 100 million euros in steel, concrete, instrumentation and labor. And we are measuring greenhouse gases, and we are observing the carbon cycle. So we have a lot of scientific excellence, of course, but also of societal impact. Next slide, please. And you can see on the left side now the way of the data from the measurement stations through the so-called thematic centers and the laboratories to the carbon portal and then to the users. So we have a set of hubs that are taking care for our data lifecycle. On the top, you can see the history of ICOS since 2006 when we entered the roadmap. We are currently in the second so-called financial 5-year period, and we are operational and we are providing data and services. And I found a nice quote when I was looking at the current roadmap. The ESFRI landmark ICOS ERIC is of paramount importance to reach the goal of climate neutrality. That's a very important sentence describing our societal impact. I'm tending, of course, to agree to this, but we can't achieve this alone. Next slide, please. Because we need international cooperation for this. And when preparing this talk, I was thinking what dimensions of international cooperation I might describe. And I finally came to 3 dimensions. And this is horizontal cooperation with similar infrastructures in other regions. Then there is a vertical cooperation with international organizations and programs. And there is a transdisciplinary cooperation, and I will give one slide for each of these types or dimensions of cooperations now. Next slide, please. So when it comes to the horizontal cooperation, then we are describing the cooperation with other research infrastructures in other regions. And I think that's perhaps also important for the GSO, and you should think about your ideas about a global research infrastructure, because cooperation can create a global research infrastructure via standardization, data integration, shared post-processing of data, shared quality control, common scientific projects, but also support for less developed regions. I'm briefly showing 2 potential candidates or 2 examples for a global research infrastructure created by horizontal cooperation. On the left side, you see the so-called GERI, Global Ecosystem Research Infrastructure, which is a cooperation of ICOS and the second European ESFRI research infrastructure, ELTR, with research infrastructures in the US, in South Africa, in Australia, in China. And this together brings a global observatory. And when it comes to the climate neutrality, we need all these global stations to calculate finally the land sink, which is as important as the ocean sink, I'm coming to this in a second, to compensate a lot of our emissions. So climate neutrality is not about zero emissions, it's about a balance between emissions and the land and ocean sink. And to calculate or to evaluate and observe these things, we need these global research infrastructures. On the right side, you see almost 4,000 Argo floats, of which some or a big number is provided by the Euro Argo ESFRI landmark research infrastructure. So here you can also see on the ocean an example of global research infrastructures and global cooperation. Next slide, please. Oh, yes, I think I know that you are liking the cooperation between the different domains. So I have asked my colleagues from the health and food domain to describe a little bit there. International horizontal cooperation, and of course, when it came to COVID-19, they shared knowledge about the emergent variants, and also they shared information about clinical research. So we have the same, not only in the environmental, but also in the health and food sector. Next slide, please. When it comes to the vertical cooperation, we are working within the UN system, and I'm only showing two examples that are important. One are the so-called essential climate variables. This is a definition of what needs to be observed to have enough information and knowledge about the Earth system, that how it's changing during the climate change crisis. And you see a lot of little dots on the basic graph, which are these variables that have been discussed in the framework of the Global Climate Observing System. And around that, you see most of the environmental research infrastructures that are observing one or several of these essential climate variables. And this is bringing together a lot of information that is then necessary for policy information. On the right side, you see the WMO greenhouse gas bulletin that is published every year before the Conference of Parties, and has perhaps and will perhaps reach every year more than 1 billion people through the media, informing about the situation in the atmosphere. Next slide, please. Finally, okay, again here also, Health and Food has the World Health Organization, but also the European Centers for Disease Control as vertical cooperation systems. Next slide, please. And finally, we have this transdisciplinary cooperation. I am showing here the picture of the ENVI community, which is the community of the environmental research infrastructures, who has been working in 3 cluster projects together. And you can see already from the complexity of this picture that the Earth system is so complex that it is not, we are not able to observe this with one research infrastructure. We need a fleet of research infrastructure. And I think we need to work together between these research infrastructures. And we have, for example, a project where we develop common data hubs towards the European Open Science Cloud, but we have also transdisciplinary science project. And of course, we are working together on Earth system or environmental services that we want to develop together. Next slide, please. The same also here is from the health and food sector. When it comes to COVID, they have cooperated with industry and academia to develop better understanding of the pathogen, its epidemiological profile, and also effects on different human populations. Next slide, please. And next one. To open this, we have clusters and cluster projects in all the different domains. And I think the clusters are really important for this transdisciplinary cooperation, not only inside the domains, but on the long term also between the domains. And I think that's something that the ESFRI is really acknowledging. Next slide. So I'm coming to my conclusions. What makes us research infrastructure drivers of international cooperation? I would say simply it's in our genes, because we are European research infrastructures, and by definition we are already internationally cooperating. But it's also the persistence and sustainability, because international cooperation grows slowly, and it's not something you can build on project and project and project. We need these long-term structures. And of course, we are seeked as cooperation partners from other areas and from other continents, because we have scientific excellence and we have societal impact. And I will close with one information. We are an international observer organization in the United Nations framework of Convention on Climate Change. And it took us some time. Perhaps we were the first one to enter the UN system, but ERICs are accepted as international observer organizations in the UN system. And this is perhaps important information for other research infrastructures also to deepen the international cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Werner, for this wonderful presentation also. We have only some minutes to close, so I would like to have opportunity to open a question and answer time, but we have only time for one question that I hope you can address, the three of you. The international cooperation is clearly a need, and it is necessary for going ahead with this, with tackling with the global challenges. In this sense, how do you think ESFRI and the European Commission through Horizon Europe can support activities of the research infrastructures for promoting this international collaboration? Who wants to start to answer? Okay, Nicolas.
Thank you, Inma. I think the ESFRI, through the roadmap and the other important activities of the ESFRI, contributes to giving structure to the European landscape of research infrastructures. So this structuring is very important, and the Commission, through Horizon Europe and through all the framework programs, through its policies and all the funding opportunities, it helps the development of this landscape and its evolution in relevance with the top scientific and policy priorities at the European level.
Thank you, Nicolas. Phil?
I would strongly support what Nicolas has just said. My experience is that ESFRI has been immensely useful over the years in bringing large international scientific collaboration to the attention of governments, not just within Europe, but outside as well. I've had several of the international partners, the outside of external to Europe, global partners, say they look very carefully at the ESFRI roadmap and do take notice of the projects in there. And this is all key, I think, to doing scientific collaboration without borders. That is key to what we're doing. And it would be wonderful, in my naive fashion, to imagine that something like ESFRI could grow beyond Europe. And I think what the GSO is doing, what Nicolas was describing, there are mechanisms within there which could see countries outside of Europe being involved in a similar structure to promote global research infrastructures. That would be wonderful to see.
Well, I would have a long wish list to ESFRI, but regarding to the cooperation, international cooperation, I would like to express one wish, and this is going to the Commission as well as to the ESFRI, and that's supporting the clusters. To my experience, the clusters have been extremely helpful also in international cooperation, and the cluster communities, they have started also to develop some project independent life, and I would really like to see ESFRI supporting this, because the clusters and perhaps an organization, a bit stronger organization of the clusters, would, in my view, also be the natural partner to discuss with the strategic working groups. But it's also very helpful to seek this international cooperation together and not infrastructure by infrastructure by infrastructure.
Okay, we take note of everything that you have raised. I think that we have a lot of things to do. We start a new term for ESFRI. We are the international cooperation is going to be one of our priorities, and we will count on you for going ahead with this international cooperation, because we have to do it together. So thank you very much, the three of you, on behalf of the people that are listening, and especially from my side. Thank you very much. And I pass the floor to the organizers. Bye. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you all. That was a fascinating set of case studies of how research infrastructures have an important part to play within international cooperation. And thank you, Immaculada, for guiding us through that. Oh, that was fantastic. Now, I would like us to move on to the last set of presentations of the new ESFRI projects. This brings us to the penultimate session of the day, and I'm excited to show you the final 4 of 11 new projects. We're just going to pause for a few seconds again to change over the panels, and we'll be right back with you. Thank you. Thanks for holding on there. So, as I said, we're moving on to the final set of projects of the new projects presented within the ESFRI Roadmap 2021 document. So, I'm going to hand over now to Bente Megaard. Bente Megaard is the chair of the ESFRI Working Group on Social and Cultural Innovation. Bente, please, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very, very much. I'm delighted to welcome 4 new projects to the roadmap in our field. It's called Social and Cultural Innovation. You can also call it Social Sciences and Humanities. That's probably a more normal way of calling it. But we will move directly to the presentations, and we will start with GGP, which is an infrastructure on families, and Nguti. Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bente. So my name is Nguti. I'm the director of the Generation and Gender Program. The GGP is a research infrastructure devoted to population and family dynamics. What this means is that we collect and disseminate data, demographic data, to scientists and stakeholders. This helps them address key questions such as how complex have today's families become? How best to support them? What about the transition to adulthood for young people and the underlying inequalities? How much have gender roles actually changed? And how is this reflected in the way paid and unpaid work is divided between men and women? Now, according to the 2021 EU Strategic Foresight report, demographic shifts are one of the mega trends affecting the future and sustainability of our societies. Therefore, our research infrastructure responds to large needs for solid data on the life trajectories of individuals, on families, on gender roles, and on relationship between generations. As such, we occupy a very specific position in the landscape of social science infrastructure alongside GUIDE, focused on children, which will be presented in a second, Share ERIC, focused on older adults, and ESS-ERIC, focused on the values and attitudes of Europeans. Next slide, please. Concretely, what we do is to collect, standardize, document, and disseminate a wide range of demographic, economic, and social data on individuals and their families. This includes very sensitive but very rich data to understand people's life. We also engage with a wide range of stakeholders to make sure that our data are fit to answer their scientific and societal challenges. This, for example, includes the measurement of 2 sustainable development goals, one on gender autonomy and the other one on contraceptive use. Our archive currently includes comparable data from more than 500,000 people from more than 30 countries. We are open access and count thousands of users worldwide. But here, importantly, we have a global dimension with data from Europe, the Americas, Asia, Australia, New Zealand. This global dimension reflects the fact that issues related to demographic change, low fertility, family complexity are obviously not unique to Europe, but are shared widely across the world, but each with their own country specificities. Next slide, please. In terms of implementation, the central hub of the GGP is located in the Netherlands at the Netherlands Interdisciplinary Demographic Institute. We're a distributed research infrastructure with one node in France and the other node in Germany, with each providing essential pieces to our operation. We currently work closely with 15 European countries that have provided support for our ESFRI application, but we're active in several other countries that have recently fielded our survey or are interested in doing so. And this includes both Europe and non-European countries. So where are we heading? Well, first, we're in the midst of a new round of data collection. This involves a new questionnaire designed to capture emerging demographic trends, but also a mixed mode of data collection involving, for the first time, a web survey where people fill in online our survey instead of a more traditional face-to-face with an interviewer. This was very ambitious in view of the very long nature of our questionnaire and very complex nature of the questionnaire. This was also cutting edge because for a RI like ours operating in a wide variety of countries, it's clear that not all countries are ready to switch to an online data collection. At the same time, there's no doubt that this is where the future lies. Second, we're now aiming at forming an ERIC, which is in line with our objective of sustainability and which will allow us to further contribute to the European research area. For this, we'll be working closely with partners and stakeholders in the months and years ahead. In short, we're very happy to join the roadmap, look forward to working with the other social science infrastructure, but also with the other RIs, which are also distributing sensitive data and exploring new forms of data. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. And this was a very nice presentation and you also kept the time. Thanks for this. And we move on to something which is close, I think pretty close to this theme, that is the children, as Anne already mentioned. Jennifer Simons, please.
Thank you very much, Bente. I would like to introduce you to the Growing Up in Digital Europe project, which is called GUIDE and which was previously known as Eurocohort. And GUIDE is a pan-European longitudinal survey of children and their parents. And this will be the very first survey to look cross-nationally in Europe at children and young people as they develop and as they grow into their 20s and perhaps even further on from that point. Next slide, please. So the reason for establishing GUIDE, there are many different reasons. That we have methodological reasons and we also have reasons that are very relevant for policy. Methodologically, currently we have lots of different cohort studies established in different nations in Europe, in different European member states. that do not connect explicitly with each other methodologically. These cohorts have been designed for a particular political and social context. They start at specific time periods historically, and also they have a suite of measures and methods that are tailored to that particular cohort study. So this makes it very difficult to harmonize data to make cross-national comparisons on child well-being across Europe when you're harmonizing your data ex post, so after it's being collected. So what GUIDE provides is it does provide, or at least it will provide, because we're just getting started. Unlike GGP, we're very, very new into the field. So this is very exciting for us. So we're just getting started on providing a suite of harmonized measures ex ante, so before the data get collected, so that we'd be able to make accurate like-for-like comparisons on children's well-being as those children develop and grow, that can inform both national policies and also European policy on the development of child well-being. Next slide, thank you. So GUIDE has a long history in development. The project started in development in 2015 through the award of a concept development from the European Union for the MyWeb project, which really established the case that you can have a longitudinal study of child well-being in European nations. This was followed by a further development project, the European Cohort Development Project, in which we set out the other aspects of the case for the GUIDE, including our business case, and also methodological challenges that we might face and the policy relevance. Recently now we are working in preparation phase with our Horizon 2020 Coordinate project, which is supporting us to pilot test the GUIDE in 4 countries and to develop our instruments and also our data management to a much finer degree. And with the GUIDE's appointment to the ESFRI Roadmap, we're also looking to further develop in our preparation phase for our research infrastructure, looking to develop the financial architecture, the e-architecture, and also further work on the human resources that are needed to deliver the GUIDE, both in our central hub and also across nationally. We are also, like GGP, looking in the future towards becoming an ERIC, so we're excited to work on that. So a very, very brief overview of the data collection for the GUIDE. We are currently planning 2 cohorts. One cohort will be begun at age 8 years old and will be followed up until age 24. The other cohort will begin in infancy, possibly around 9 months, although we are doing an investigation of exactly which age to start. And that cohort will also be followed up until age 24. This is a preliminary design. As I say, we're just getting started. We're looking for partner countries to collaborate on the GUIDE, and we're looking for financial commitments to make the GUIDE a realization across Europe. So thank you very much to Bente and also to the entire team at ESFRI. We really appreciate your help and support in enabling us to develop further through the support that the roadmap offers, and it's our genuine honor to be included in the ESFRI roadmap. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. It was, you have a hard program in front of you, we could hear. We're looking forward to the results. And we move on now. We have now done the families and the children, so we have a totally different subject. This is religion, and the project is called Resilience, and it will be Alberto Meloni who will present it. There you go, Alberto.
Thank you, Bente. Thank you, everybody. I'm really honored to speak in this long day in which we have learned so much, and to speak on behalf of this newly established research infrastructure on religious studies. It has been also for us, as for many other, a long and winding road that goes from the first proposal of Letter of Excellence in 1996 to the different steps that have been taken, the European Academy of Religion, the INFRAIA and the INFRADEV program that have in the past years aligned its intention of a leading group in a spirit of cooperation with 10 countries and with the strong political support from many countries. We can go to the next slide. Now, Resilience is bringing into the roadmap a research infrastructure involving 10 countries with the support and interest of several others, which are expressing the will and the capacity to offer services for a community, a scientific community, including both vertical and horizontal aspect mentioned this morning by Jan Rusek. Resilience is distributed infrastructure with respond to a major societal challenge and the general epistemological question that was also touched on this morning by Anna Paganopoulou. I would describe the challenge with the metaphor. We may say that we live now in a religious climate change with a growing temperature of religion, a growing temperature of religious illiteracy, a growing temperature of intolerance from or against religious experience, with nationalism fed by soi-disant religious identities and a fear caused by a more complex religious landscape. We can go to the next slide. The challenge is very visible, and the responses based on different approach are on the floor. Many disciplines must be considered as part of this field in which we think to connect scholars working in many areas, crossing or crossed by religion in a spirit of scientific research. The idea is that the specificity of this infrastructure is that many scholars are looking to the same sources and applying different tools may offer to them more opportunity for a better approach to a topic that is diachronical, transcultural, super diverse, plurilinguistic, and marked by this intense super diversity. The next, please. The structure that we offer is a typical structure of services offered to a community, open, of course, and willing to have as much as possible interaction with other infrastructures and other experiences that may offer in the changing scientific panorama of the AI and big data society many opportunity for development. Go to the next one. What we think is that in this growing temperature, in this religious climate change, many responses are offered and many challenges are on the stage. But what Europe may offer and the research infrastructure or religious studies may offer is to use the tool of knowledge. This is important in according to our proposal that has been accepted by the ESFRI Roadmap. Our idea is that knowledge will not depress or underestimate the role of political dialogue, post-secular nostalgia, diplomatic activity, interfaith services, social inclusion, but without knowledge, the risk is that all this will be much more fragile and less effective. For this reason, resilience is offering services that are interdisciplinary by nature, because they involve disciplines and experiences in which the past is always present. We go to the next. And for this reason, we have the duty and the pleasure here to acknowledge the commitment of the founding partners of this initiative, and to think that there is a postulate that is behind our initiative. As Anna was mentioning this morning, we are in a moment in which the trust on science is challenged. And so to acknowledge the Universitas Scientiarum, the unity of all disciplines and science all together, is a way to respond to this and to say that there is a possibility for better integration of unexpected interrelation between scientific discoveries that may be open to the future. And we are truly grateful to you, Bente, to all the ESFRI Forum for having resilience in the roadmap. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thanks also for concentrating on the knowledge. This is something all infrastructures need, sharing knowledge. And finally, in this session, we have We are changing subject again into publications, and we will hear a presentation of the operas by Suzanne Dumouchel. There you go, Suzanne.
Thank you very much, Bente. It's an honor to be there and to present the new ESFRI project Operas. I'd like to thank you, Bente, and the whole ESFRI team for the support we had and we still have for this first step. So Operas is dedicated to open scholarly communication in the European research area, and the infrastructure answers to a couple of challenges related to the domain, such as, for instance, the fragmentation in disciplines, often linked to national or regional context and languages, which explain why we have a strong focus in multilingualism, the fragmentation of sources and data in different types, formats, language, discipline, with a lack of a single access point, and the fragmentation of small and smart data, that we can say also human, or small and smart and human data, SSH data, which should properly be qualified, managed, and curated. So our mission is to coordinate and federate the resources in Europe to efficiently address the scholarly communication needs of European researchers in the field of social science and humanities. The Opera's vision is to make open science a reality for research in the SSH. What we want is to achieve a scholarly communication system, as you can see here with the whole cycle of scholarly communication services, where knowledge produced in the SSH benefits researcher, academics, and students fully and widely, and where it also benefits the whole society across Europe and worldwide. To achieve this goal, Operas is developing its catalog of services, where you can see here on the slide a couple of them, which are more advanced rather than some others. So I can mention here the Research for Society service, for instance, a certification service for open access books, a discovery service dedicated to social science and humanities resource, a metric service, and a publishing service portal. Some others are already planned and under discussion. Next slide, please. So to develop these services, but also to engage with a broad community of stakeholders, librarians, publishers, researchers, Operas has organized its community through different projects that build our services, but much more through the special interest group of Operas. Dedicated to specific issues related to the Operas concern, the special interest group are gathered members of Operas to work together to develop solutions, services, standards to answer to the challenges that have been previously identified. In this way, Operas is truly developing by the needs of its stakeholders. And thanks to the diversity of these stakeholders, Operas is supporting different activities under the open science umbrella, either as a leader or as a collaborator of other infrastructure. I can mention here 5 of the most important activities where Operas is playing a key role. The first one is the open access of books and journals, the fairization of SSH output, the business model for open access books and journals, how to design new ways for scientific communication, especially in the digital world where we are now, and open science for SSH, especially by including citizen science. So this shows how Operas is deeply engaged toward open access and open science. And next slide, please. So this is why you can see on the last slide that also the open governance aspect has been implemented in Operas. First of all, because it is part of the open science in which Operas is strongly committed. But secondly, because it contributes to answer to the general fragmentation of the SSH domain. This is why Operas has established a legal entity in 2019 and an international association under the Belgian law, managed by the 10 core members of Operas and the Operas community. What is important here is that the Operas community is part of the governance through both the contribution to the special interest group on one side, but also through the General Assembly as they send representatives there with voting right. To conclude, we are very happy to have joined the ESFRI Roadmap and to prepare ourselves to become an ERIC in a couple of years. We look forward to developing collaboration at the European level with other open science infrastructure and organizations. And we really would like to thank especially Bente and the ESFRI team for the evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You shouldn't thank me. I mean, I've just been chairing a group. But I would like to thank all of you for your very nice presentations. And it was really also nice to see here towards the end that we are really talking about knowledge and spreading knowledge and so on. This is one of the important things for us. Back to Chloe. Thank you.
Bente. And thank you, all of our panelists. Thank you for, presenters, for your excellent presentations there. It's fantastic to have now seen the whole gamut of new projects that are brought forward in our ESFRI Roadmap 2021. For further details of the projects, please do head to the website roadmap2021.esfri.eu to be able to download a copy of the roadmap and get the full roadmap experience to find out more about those projects. However, I'm afraid to say this brings us to an end of the panel and presentation sessions. What a day that's been. I don't know about you, but I've learned a whole lot about the ESFRI Roadmap 2021, and it will be great use to be able to refer to when reading the roadmap. To conclude the day, however, I'm pleased to invite back to the floor Jan Hrušák, the chair of ESFRI, Jana Kolar, the chair-elect of ESFRI, and Apostolia Karamali for one final time from the Commission to provide their closing remarks and their views on the outlook of the future. Jan, would you please get the ball rolling?
Thank you, Clea. Colleagues, as usual, it has been a long day full of very interesting, very relevant discussions. I think I express the opinion of most of us if I start a bit untraditionally by thanking the Slovenian presidency, because it has been certainly a huge challenge to organize this event within these external circumstances that have been changing almost on a daily basis. And the colleagues here were really very brave and have taken their part, their task very seriously, and they adjusted on a regular basis to the very, very dramatically changing situation. And I think we all shall express a big thank you to all of them. From my side, colleagues, thank you. It's really a pity, and this is also my opinion, that we had to stay in this very restricted format. So I appreciated very much the discussions we have had. And I think the colleagues have found a very, very proper mixture between the scientific merits, and we have seen many exciting presentations from the new projects and the policy perspective in the discussion. I believe this would be much, much better and more vivid if all the speakers would be present here at stage, and you would not be bored by people like me appearing every second moment and saying more or less always the same. So a very big thank to the presidency, very big thank to the organizers, very big thank to all the speakers, because I think we had in the spirit of ESFRI a very, very interesting and open exchange on merit-based issues. And I believe that, and I'm also already a kind of relic, and in my diverse reincarnations, I've been with research infrastructures for more than 20 years now, and I have seen many things evolving. Some of the things were evolving faster, some of the things still are on the waiting list or in the queue. And what I have seen today is that research infrastructures and the perception of research infrastructures in the policy domain has changed dramatically over the few years. I am following this bit closer from the ESFRI Executive Board perspective. And I shall appreciate that, because without the political and policy support in all our member states, we will not be able to deliver what we intended to deliver, namely a system of research infrastructures that supports our societies, that is really the foundation of our well-being. And let me just finish before I give the word to Jana with a remark. I found very, very instructive the comment made on the last slide by Phil, who said, we were, as radio astronomers, delivering to battling the COVID by providing our engineering capacities in developing ventilators. I mean, this is exactly the merit where the research infrastructures offer opportunities. They are prepared to react immediately on spot on huge challenges, and they are well equipped to do so. So this is, in my view, a very good sign for a bright future for research infrastructures. And as a very, very last word from my side, I would like to wish all the best to Jana and formally hand over the chairmanship over ESFRI. Jana, please.
Thank you.
Good luck for the future.
Well, yeah, what a surprise, but you always keep surprising me. Thank you, Jan. Well, this brings us to a close. I got my flowers, so let me first warmly welcome once again all the newcomers to the ESFRI family. Listening today, you could also hear the policymakers, the big expectations that they have of research infrastructures. To increase their contribution, to increase your contribution to the various challenges that we are facing. It's mainly because we are really facing dramatic challenges. So you're expected to contribute more to societal challenges, to the economic challenges, even to the carbon footprint, lowering the, of course, carbon footprint and leading to carbon neutrality of Europe. Now, these are our political goals in Europe, and everyone should address them. Now, in this case, also what you're asked of is to look into your operations and see how you can increase your contribution. Now, ESFRI is here, and I can say this on behalf of ESFRI, to help you in this. We have a firm plan to increase our collaboration with the stakeholders, also with stakeholders outside of our, let's say, immediate domain, not just research infrastructures. And also the ERA policy agenda, if you look at it, is there to help with this. So we are all aligned also with the Commission, with the member states, also within ESFRI, and we will help you deliver on the expectations of the policymakers, although they are quite high. But that's also because research infrastructures have delivered significantly on the objectives in the past, which also contributes to the high expectations for the future. Now, my last thanks go to everyone that produced this document that we are launching today, which is ESFRI Roadmap, to my colleagues in the executive board, to my ESFRI colleagues, to all the experts, and most of all, Jan, to you for leading through all these challenging times and producing such an amazing document. And I particularly thank you for handing ESFRI to me in such a good shape. I only hope I could also deliver on your expectations. And I should say that the flowers here are not goodbye, because you will continue to contribute to ESFRI, and I will continue to rely on your inputs very strongly. Thank you very much. You deserve a kiss. Thank you. So this is
technical.
Yes, this is
hurdles are sometimes a real obstacle.
So that's all from me, just apart from thanking the Slovenian presidency for this event. And I hope to see you during the next editions in person.
Great, thank you. Thank you both, Jana and Jan, for those really nice concluding remarks. I'd now like to hand over to Leah, who's on the line with us, for any additional comments that she'd like to present to the audience in conclusion. Thank you, Leah.
Thank you very much, Chloe. And I have to admit, I'm a bit envious that I cannot join live there, especially seeing this very emotional moment of handover between the current and the chair-elect. I'm very pleased that we had this celebratory event, even though under the constraints of this pandemic. And I'm also particularly thankful to the Slovenian presidency for hosting this. It's a moment of celebration for, first and foremost, for this community, for the scientists and research infrastructures. I would like to join you there, Jan, on this point, for being state of the art and also for being creative and being up to the challenge to deliver when this is needed and all the time. I also would like to thank Jan and ESFRI, but especially Jan for his remarkable role as chair, his great sense of diplomacy in trying to achieve consensus and bring this important roadmap cycle to a close, and also leaving the seed there towards the future with all the challenges that we have in the strategy part of the roadmap. Very important work. So very, very happy also to continue working with you, Jan. And also a big welcome wholeheartedly to Jana as chair-elect. And I think this ceremony is only part and the beginning of the story. So I'm very pleased also to continue the work with you, Jana, for the way forward from the Commission side. Very important messages coming from the different interventions, very refreshing presentations from all the projects prepared, the new projects prepared here today, but also all the examples on how the research infrastructures interact in many different challenges. So now we should join forces to enter this new cycle of working under the new era and delivering on the many challenges that we have identified today. And I look forward to doing that, to working with the stakeholders more closely in this new way of working, but also thinking of the continuous political momentum and the very strong political intention under the Czech presidency to continue and raise the visibility of research infrastructure. So we have quite a roadmap ahead of us for the next 2 to 3 years, but also for the next year, starting already now, basically, with all this new cycle which is about to unfold. So thank you very much also on my side. Very pleased to be here today.
Thank you, Leah, and thank you, Jana and Jan. I think that brings us to a conclusion. So I'm going to give a few final housekeeping remarks. So feel free if you'd like to take a seat. Thank you. So as we've just heard, we've got a whole lot to look forward to. We've got a great positive tone for the future, as we've just heard from our closing panelists. And I'm sure you'd all agree that the roadmap provides us a strong foundation to strengthen the role of research infrastructures in European research and beyond. It's with a heavy heart that I conclude today's proceedings. I've had a great time. I hope that those of you who've joined us via YouTube and are participating online via the Twitter and the Mentimeter discussion had as excellent a time as I did. I do wish that you'd been able to join us here for the launch in person. However, we hope today has been informative, stimulating, and inspiring. After all, this is only the launch. We now move on to the implementation. And as Minister Kustet said this morning, that's where a lot of the fun begins. Talking about implementation and wishing that we were here all together, we'd like to highlight the fact that ESFRI is building a stakeholders forum. As you know, we were hoping to hold our first stakeholder forum with you tomorrow here in Ljubljana. However, that's had to be postponed. We're very pleased to announce that the French presidency of the Council of the EU, who begins their presidency on the 1st of January, has agreed to organise this on the 24th of March. So put it in your diaries. The first ESFRI Stakeholders Forum will be on the 24th of March. All things going well. So please do stay tuned to our website, www.esfri.eu, and our Twitter, esfri_EU, for more information on this. Talking about participation and on to implementation, we've got another event to highlight to you, which is the third workshop on research infrastructures and EOSC, that's the European Open Science Community, with the specific theme, what does EOSC bring to research infrastructure users? This will be held on the 25th and 26th of January. And the main focus of this will be about how research infrastructure communities and researchers can use and benefit from EOSC. We know there's been some debate about that already today, so it would be great to have this within this conversation within a wider workshop. And we want to make sure how can EOSC bring added value. Please mark your calendars, that's the 25th and 26th of January. And follow our ESFRI webpage and Twitter and LinkedIn page for more information. Of course, as I've said already, please head to our website to download the report to help inform your future work. And if you do want a hard copy, get in contact to the email address roadmap@str-esfri.eu to request a hard copy of it. And my final little notice is, in case you want to relive this day all over again, you've had such a great time, or there are certain sections that you'd like to hear a bit more about, or indeed you want to recommend any of the event to a colleague or a friend to watch it, don't worry, they haven't missed the boat, you haven't missed the boat. We will be publishing a recording of this on the YouTube page that you are all watching us through right now. So you can come back, revisit the event all over again on the YouTube page. So that brings me to the end. Thank you, dear speakers, dear audience, for making today such a pleasure. And thank you for bearing with us with the small technical issues. We hope you enjoyed it as much as we have. So thank you and see you again. Or as we say in Slovenia, hvala and na zvidenje.